without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right into the Forgotten City. Side note, dear content creators, as you'll discover, this game is full of intrigue and plot twists. Give your audience a spoiler warning before sharing content from beyond the White Hallway, so that interested players can fully enjoy the experiences for themselves if they wish to. I don't remember where the White Hallway is. I'm sure as soon as I see it, I will remember and give you your adequate spoiler warning, but also, you're watching a person play games on the internet. You have been spoiler warned. Let's jump in. This game was developed by a core team of 3 people over 4 years. Your support allows us to continue doing what we love, and we are deeply grateful. This is a mystery adventure with multiple endings. It rewards thoughtful conversation and exploration, not brute force. The fate of the city is in your hands.
Hey, you're alive. When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, a phone, maybe. I hope you don't mind. But all I found was some loose change. So, wanna tell me who you are?
Sure, we'll be a female. You're white. Peaches.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And I'm sorry to pry, but any idea why you were floating down the river? What's the last thing you remember?
So, there's 4 roles you can make at the start of this. You have the archaeologist, the soldier, the fugitive, and the amnesiac. I'm going to choose the archaeologist because it gives for the best dialogue options.
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me. He went in there a few hours ago, and he hasn't come out. I've been freaking out, wondering if he's trapped or injured.
Hello, Axel.
Or worse. I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him. If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please? Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know? He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that is. You really don't remember? We're in Italy. This river is the Tiber. Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Know what I mean? Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you. All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
Karen. All those Karen memes have really ruined that name, huh?
Yeah, something like that. But right now, I have bigger problems, like finding Al. Not much, really. But imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient artifacts. Al... What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me. Great. So you're ready to go look for Al? Thank you. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Please, hurry. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than I will.
A flashlight. Thank you. Okay, I really need to up the sensitivity on that. Found my tag for my card. Expires on Saturday. Jesus Christ, dude. What an ambiance, eh?
If you're reading this, it means I've discovered the entrance to an ancient Roman city hidden deep underground. Its existence is long forgotten, all knowledge of it lost, except in the Latin inscription here. It reads, "You who wish to enter the city, step forth and be judged."
Oh, I wasn't finished listening to that.
The virtuous shall be...
Okay. We've fallen, I guess.
shall be rewarded with eternal life in paradise. The wicked shall find themselves showered in gold, but in vain, for this shall be their final resting place. Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there, against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. If I'm not back in an hour, I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this an invitation, or a warning. Al Worth.
Okay, are you done now? You were not looking at me a second ago. Isn't that freaky? You can hear it. Interesting mural. Jesus Christ, this calzone is huge. Fucking, what do I keep getting fucking Discord messages from? Oh, you're right. That is a huge ass calzone. I don't even call that calzone. That's almost a Panzerotti. Pose of lamentation. This many shall suffer for the sins of the one. It's almost like that's my stream title. Ha ha ha. Many shall suffer for the sins of the one. Some stuff has been destroyed. I fell down a hole! It was not my intention! F5 to quick save. About that. Okay, F9 isn't binded to anything, thankfully. But, F5 is gonna put a salty on my head. Attempting to scramble away from something. Roman legionary in a state of terror. What if we threw you out the window? He appears to be praying for help that never came. Golden snatch of an old man wearing modern clothing. This must be Al. But how is that possible? Ad starting in 1 minute.
To whoever reads this, I'm sorry you had to find me like this. And worse, you'll suffer the same fate I did. I've spent a lifetime in this place, going around and around in circles, searching for a way out. Inscription was right. There is no way back. And here there are only two options. Death, and that godforsaken doorway into the past. I made the mistake of stepping through it. I wanted to set things right. And I tried. I really tried. Whatever I did, it took me right back to the beginning. Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that portal.
How about I do anyway? Ad starting. I can hear you. Okay, thank you, cryptic voice in my head. Much appreciated. Okay, it said ad starting soon for the last like 20-30 seconds. Like, are you gonna work? Ad, are you gonna run? Okay. There it is. Roman man on his knees as if begging the gods for mercy. Yes, I see it. Thank you. I'm still looking around. Remains of a human. Whoever it was died a long, long time ago. This is what Al used to light all these torches. Alright. And away we go. 4 p.m. 4-day weekend starts. Nice. Oh yeah, if you see my tuber randomly go off for like a split second, it's because I have my fan on because it's very hot in here. Press tab to check your quest journal and inventory at any time. Get a second load here. No relief depicting a great circular portal and 2 women. I wonder who they could be. Hey, wow, this looks familiar. It's almost like I just walked through here before. Isn't that odd? Anyways, I'll be right back in just 2 minutes. Because I promised my mother I would flip over her laundry and like in an hour when she left, and I was like, that's gonna be fine because I'm gonna be playing like a 45-minute game and then I will do that after. Except the game didn't want to run, and then I had to spend another 20 minutes setting this up to jump right into this. So okay, wind, calm down. The window is eating my curtain. Anyways, so yes, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. Hold tight for me. Let's jump in. It's Mr. Clean.
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina? Yeah, you know, agricultural goddess of springtime? You're not from around here, are you? Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you, and what were you doing in the shrine? No idea what you're talking about. Oh, Wait, are you a bit, not right in the head? That's all right, friend. Everyone's welcome here. We sort of lose track of the date down here, but it feels like the beginning of spring to me, so I'd say early March? It's 817 AUC. Sorry, you look confused. 817 years since the founding of Rome. Which part of the Empire are you from, exactly? CE? No idea what you're talking about. But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one. So let me make this nice and simple for you. Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine. Not laws, law. There's just one, the Golden Rule, and the punishment for breaking it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming? Follow me. When I first arrived, I couldn't believe there were people living down here. But, as you can see, we've got a nice little community now. Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your pretty new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking her to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
Oh, you're still walking away. Wait for me.
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever want. As long as all you want is leek, cabbage, and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since... Well, I don't know what happened to her. Up here on your right is the chasm. If you've got a weapon, it belongs way down at the bottom. Up on your left is the Forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Galerius, you're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
What was that? What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
Don't speak of Mr.
Greetings,
Clean like
citizen.
that.
My name's Horatius. Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please. Follow me. The only thing you really need to understand right now is the Golden Rule. Let me see if I can explain it this way. When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples among hundreds. They just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems like rough justice to you, you're in for a rude shock. Because the Golden Rule is exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. He's up these stairs.
Hello, pretty lady.
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it. Ugh, I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want? I'm Sentia, eldest daughter of the Magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that? Really? I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
Because you're pretty.
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing god who's watching everything we do. But what kind of an awful, incompetent god would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Oh, I'd say it to their faces if they had the courage to show themselves. Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job.
Punch this
Either
chick in the
that,
face for me.
or like people are
I mean, I
saying,
would, but
it really is just a
I don't have that
children's
option.
fable my
And it
father
also
is
would kill me.
exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will.
I'd be going now.
I trust you can see yourself out.
Yes, ma'am. I need to, like, reduce some settings. It's like, I will. I'm not one that, like, oh, I need to have everything on, like, super high settings, because, like, it came like that. Yeah, much better once you get an area loaded. Yeah, I'll just leave it all on Epic. Yeah, it's fine. It's only like a little bit of tearing here and there. Magistrate Sentius!
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am. May I know your name?
I'm Peaches.
A curious name to match a curious accent. But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of Athena. You must be a woman of great learning. We're always happy to welcome another scholar to our little community. Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago. Indeed. More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built
These
here
consoles having
over
different
the last
settings. I got
7
shunned
months.
this morning for playing Sonic on
22
fidelity mode.
complete strangers brought together
What?
by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever witnessed something so extraordinary as a city without sin? Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of
Is
us
my stream being
will
laggy at
die.
all?
You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods and provoke a terrible punishment. Like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold. We've come to call it the Golden Rule. It's extraordinary that we've survived as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun
Seeing a
is
multiple.
almost
Okay.
And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the Golden
Feels like my tuber is kind of
Why else
laggy.
would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot to take in, and you look like you have questions. Please, ask away.
Yeah, my tuber is taking up a lot of resources right now. And I need it to not. Ugh, I don't want to run. Why is this taking so much resources? It literally makes no sense. That looks a little better.
An intelligent question. There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basics. No theft, no assault, and certainly no murder. But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying, insulting someone, blasphemy, trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide? As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the Empire to a standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries. I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder, assault, and rape, as well as theft and arson and so on. I have made my pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
Like your daughter?
You see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual to Proserpina, the goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that person was you. You don't belong in our time, do you? 2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us, of this city? I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times, but it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
All I can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina.
I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the person performing the ritual. I don't suppose you saw any sign of me in the future? I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you? Well, I suppose that's all I can ask for. Well, I believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even remain magistrate after today's election. The people here would only treat my curiosity with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem, though, unless, of course, you get off on the wrong foot. Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you can't see it for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better. Ah, so you know about that already. It's a devastating loss, of course, but that was over 3 weeks ago, and whatever happened to her, it didn't break the golden rule, so I don't think it's connected with our imminent demise. Still, if you happen to find her and return her to me, I would be eternally grateful. Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you. If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense? Ah, good. So, I like with me. And I count on you to figure out who's about to break with the golden rule. Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city, talk to everyone, help them if it'll win their trust. I authorize you to enter private homes and inspect possessions and documents, unless, of course, you're asked to leave. Figure out who the culprit is, and as soon as you have a name, come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia at the Shrine of Apollo in the Forum. I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
Scintilla to Sentius, may Jupiter Optimus Maximus continue to protect and guide you. Thank you for making me your daughter and for the lovely birthday pendant. I promise I will wear it always. I feel so safe and fortunate to have you as my father and Cynthia as my sister. Since you've been feeling apprehensive about the election next month, if you can just show them the strong and dependable man I know you to be, you'll be re-elected. I'm sure of it.
Oh, look, you're back. How lucky for me. What is it now?
Ad starting in 45 seconds.
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little... Well, that's just a stupid rumor. I don't know. Can you? Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the Harpies? It was 3 weeks ago. We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy. In love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up, she was gone. That's it. I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me. Because our father had plans to marry her off, eventually, and even a rumor about her attachment to some mystery man might have ruined those plans. That doesn't surprise me. To him, it was like a prize cow wandering off from its paddock. He's upset, of course, but he says he's too busy with the election to help look... I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks. All I know is... You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Scintilla. So you'll help me find her? Oh, thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the front door. Maybe you'll find something the rest of us missed. Thanks. I'd appreciate it. All right.
So I have to leave you this way, but I found a way to escape and I must take it.
What have you discovered? What? Really? I swear, I searched... But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Sentilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
This guy is funny.
What were you two talking about? Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. If he's making a last-ditch effort to pick up votes by talking to a woman, he's even more senile than I thought. Everyone knows women can't vote. What else would you be murmuring about on election day? Mark my words, Malleolus is gonna be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it? Good, then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday foreigners interfering in an election. Can't hurt. She's not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Her name's Domitius. You want to get to Malleolus? Why? You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth, fatuous cunners. Whatever.
Thank you, Domitius.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
Majestic.
What now? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughter. I'm from Liguria, up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl, and pick up a little pendant from a silversmith. That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some Genetricum Fugitor tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river. And then, nothing. Blacked out and woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But I'm fortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Scintilla. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had. That's treat your inferior as you would wish. Can't ask for much more. What business? A lot of people have been looking for her. Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia. You might fare better though, I suppose. Fine. All right.
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? Oh my. I suppose it's quite charming. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and... The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, and then you would find... But to be honest, I've often... Let's do it your way. You just keep... You really don't know? I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is? Excellent. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But... Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed... odd to you? You do? Well, have you spoken with her? I really think you should. Go. Good. I just... Up until a few weeks ago, she was a perfectly productive member of... She was always so chatty. always... And then she withdrew, stopped working and became despondent. But she just looked at us with this haunted stare, called us bloodless shadows, and told us we were ignorant of some... Look, it could be unrelated. Perhaps she simply fell ill, but there is a small chance. I just... Thank you. Now, go and follow the thread of truth through this labyrinth, and come back to me. I'm quite sure it's the work of the gods, which is strange because they've never been particularly concerned with our misdeeds. As long as we asked for blessings, for good health, bountiful harvest. But here, I find myself reminded of an especially Would you like to hear? I suppose so. Jupiter and Mercury put a town to the test by disguising themselves as vagrants and asking for shelter there. Everyone turned them away and failed that test, except for an old couple named Baucis and Philemon, and so the gods gave them time to escape and granted them a wish, and then wiped that town off the map. Some say the moral of that story is that we must all honor the sacred but I like to think it's... I'm pleased to hear it. Come back to me.
Give me a moment. Sorry I'm such a mess. I just lost a patient and a dear friend. She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth, and I knew Decius had some at his market stall right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that silphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututor and scratching his eyes out. I'm Lucretia, and I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since she disappeared. I'm tired and out of my depth and miserable all the time. But I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic. Kind of strange to set up a... But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god... Well, she used to run the clinic. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. What? This changes everything. The last time I saw her, and then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off. And I just know Nevia would know how to treat him. Thanks. Sure. What do you want to know? How did you know that? Yes, she did. Do you really want to know? I mean, if some... Hemlock, I haven't seen her in months. She's not... Gladly. Well, come back.
I'm gonna turn the settings down a bit, just see if that helps. I don't know why I'm here, man. I'm just vibing. Hey, you motherfucker. Okay.
Help! You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule. None of us do. The magistrate made us... You'll just have... Thank you. I have to hide. Find me in this empty... What? We don't... Ugh. The shrine is collapsing!
Well, rest in fucking pieces, I guess. Still have to go deal with this man, I suppose. Do you have any gaming figurines or statues? Not really. Not gaming related.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to... So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the... Is that under... Now tell me. A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. Always sneaking off to your... The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until... You say that, but if you're not... So you admit... Threatening me? That sounds... And I saw the inscription saying, the many shall... You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me... You lot are practicing... Of course you'd say that, but that's what your kind do, isn't it? It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary. What baffles me is how a person... However, you still have a chance... Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man with distinctive eyes, one green and one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur.
Now, does that sound like anybody we
cult,
know?
Your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half... Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you... This is your last... Do you have any last words? And there's a simple explanation. But if you want to know that once I'm done with you and I can think of...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yep, that's what happens. If you get hit with that arrow, you get turned into gold, and it's very bad, so don't do that. Now I have to run over to Sentius at the shrine so I don't get fucking turned to gold. Bye, Sentius. And then the loop restarts again. Here we go. Found an old text of me attempting to explain Pepe to my sister. That's funny.
Salve. Oh, I guess. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this.
Hell yeah, we got the zipline tool.
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen. But don't worry. All right.
Yeah, so now we just go... Whap.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you? What is it, citizen? All right?
We're finally alone. I assume... We have? Wait, if I must have entrusted you with figuring out... Is that about... Ah, look, it's unfortunate. Now, I assume... Of course, what is it? Are you sure you've spent enough time investigating? It looks like you'll have to continue. Ask then. Good. Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is my name, though magistrate is the proper one. Yes. Before I wound up here, I was a Decurion in the cavalry of Imperial Rome, helping protect civilization from the barbarians.
That's okay. His story is fucking boring anyways.
It's a cavalry.
But also, shout out to Piper. Thank you for the gifty sub. To the Ghoul King 99 by Fran Salty.
As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to... My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome. Now the port is usually bustling, but they were trying to escape a terrible fire. The next thing I knew, I went looking for my horse, and I was elected 7 months ago. Uncontested, they're supposed to be annual, but I agreed. Unfortunately, it just... Very well. Thank you.
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Shut up, Sentia. Nobody cares.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would
Hey,
you?
Horatius. How's it feel knowing your man's
You
Wonder
motherfucker.
how much one of these salve, stranger, and welcome to
Salve,
our idyllic little
stranger.
slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius. Certainly. All I ask is a That's hardly my concern. But if... Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing... She claimed the statue was whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it, but I digress. Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot. Do you think I don't know a bluff when I say... Very well. You mean, how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale. All right. Well, it's mostly sculptures. I had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic, close to the dogs.
What I've gathered is I don't think Piper likes listening to
and had my most
me,
loyal slave girl, pretty young thing,
like
named
listening
Acantha,
to these,
push it for me.
the fucking backstory over and over. Also, sorry that the sound is gone for a second. I'm just reloading my page because it was really backed up.
A coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose that. I mean, I can always buy a new... So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because... And in one swift motion, she topped... No, I dived in after it, of course. Only, I guess I must have hit... When I came to, I'd washed up on the river. Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than... Malleolus. I mean, Sentius, couldn't you... Very well.
Thank you, Piper.
You have to do something. A man arrived in the bar. Thank you. I have to... What? All right, fine. Come and find me in my bakery instead. Please be careful.
Stop right there.
Bonk.
Thank you for your service to the Empire.
Cinematic drive-by passing. Trying to make collapse at any moment.
Curse you, cultist.
There you go, I've got this done. Dooley! Oh, that's right, I gotta deal with Dooley.
Hello? Hello? My name's Dooley. I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good. I think it's just because I was looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once, but I can't remember. Yes. They said I have to live here now.
Peek in memes. It is difficult for me to... I have to get rid of sound to open this up, but sure. Axel, I will look at you. My sister's boxer was so amazing. Alright, you can use that PC in the corner, but all the porn is blocked. Living in Montana be like... Anyways, ad starts in 45 seconds.
What does it say? My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. He said, if anything, he gave me this key. And maybe all I remember is he said something about assistance. Now nobody looks after me. Except Hannibal. Galerius already tried. What about the rules? Like, Galerius? He's nice. If you help make him magistrate, Hannibal said it was in the cisterns. I can't remember what it was, just that it was way up high. My friend Hannibal used to look after. He said he gave all up. Now nobody. Bye bye.
The Myth of the Golden Rule by Tortoise the Younger. As per our custom, I shall begin by paying my respects to the god responsible for the city. For our continued prosperity and tranquil seclusion, he deserves our admiration. But here I must depart from custom, for his attempt at opposing strict, cruel, honest is oppressive and overreaching and deserving of our contempt. Who among us has not woken a night in a cold sweat, fearing some sort of accidental transgression of the Golden Rule? All of us must accept that we are all capable of error, whether from a momentary lapse in judgment or a conscious decision based on faulty reasoning. Yet the great threat, the sword of Damocles that we live under is, I believe, merely a deception, and I shall prove it to you. Let me begin by dismissing the counter-arguments. First, it may be argued that the inscription stating, the many shall suffer from the sins of the one, is evidence that the Golden Rule is very real, but that is logically unsound, for we cannot assume the writers knew any more than we did. That this message was inscribed does not make it true, any more than if I were to describe Dirtus the Younger as a god. Second, it may be argued that the statues in this place are evidence that the Golden Rule is real. You need not remind me of that. It was I who discovered them all around the city. It was I who collected them, placed them in a handcart, and placed them in niches to which they sit today. I will not soon forget them, and yet I refuse to leap to the conclusion that they were once real people. There's simply no evidence to support that conclusion. When we read the story of Venus bringing Pygmalion's sculptured Galatea to life, we do not believe it's true. Why should we take a different view here? But ultimately, these arguments are just that. After years of living in fear, there's only one way for me to prove that the Golden Rule is a falsehood, and that is through action. Friends, I apologize in advance for this, but one day you will see this moment as a turning point in our city's history. Let's see once and for all if the Golden Rule is real, as I strike one of you with my fist. Well, I think that explains that, then, doesn't it?
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Families from Seleucia on Tigris, Babylon province. Same way as because we're all magic. If you were dealing, nobody is supposed to know. I get stirred up by things that you want to help me. Do what Lucretia.
You there! I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't... No idea how you managed to get your hands on it. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't, but I would... Tell me, do you have any idea how people... And here I was thinking I was the only... Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a full-grown man into gold. Now, of course, that is a travesty, a terrible horror. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek fella, Aesop, with the ability to transmute organic matter. Use your imagination, golden animals, insects, trees and plants. The Midas, and even if we were to split all those riches, but... Look, I might have skimmed over that one, but... Excellent. So the first... Now, I have a plan, but first... No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried... And it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very... And would you like to get... Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent... Oh, gods, no. No. Here's what I propose. You give your bow to me. I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf, and we create a replica of a golden bow. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path. But in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a risky first step. Now, because the gods would see you, of course. I'm more of an ideas man, whereas when Prometheus stole fire from the gods and became a hero to all mankind, do you think he was worried about the danger? Only because he was silly enough to get caught. So, are you in, partner? Wonderful. Now, if you'll have this is a quality... And here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not...
How do I do that? I can't reach the thing. There we go.
Is that you, partner? Do you have the... Wonderful. Just go... A little bit slow, aren't you? Yes, I locked you in. No, technically, it's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference. Oh... You're just gonna have to take your chances on the bow now. I would reconsider my... But you're stuck in there. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man. But let's find out how...
Alright, guess we're escaping the hard way.
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. Everything I'm doing here, I'm doing for you. I'll start at the beginning. Soon after my arrival here, as I walked down a corridor lined with golden statues, I thought I heard a whisper behind me. A rasp of air, as if vocal cords of metal strained to say a word or two. I tried to dismiss the idea, tried to concentrate on my work as the city's medic, but that tortured whisper haunted me. Weeks later, in the hallway to the bathhouse, I heard it again, and found myself drawn to the statue of a Roman woman wearing a stola. Her face was contorted with anguish and fear, and, disturbingly, it was as if she was looking right at me. As I walked past her, I heard that strange whisper again, and turning back, I discovered that, even though I had moved, she was still looking right into my soul. That was when it dawned on me. This was no statue. This was a woman trapped within that golden prison. Naturally, I told the others, but when I could not reproduce the results of my experiment, they would not believe me. But from that moment on, I knew the full horror of this place. Immobilized within these statues are living human beings. It was that day, my love, that my heart broke.
Creepy turning into statues again. Oh, what the fuck? Peeled statue. I remember the first time I saw one of these, and I fucking cried for so long. Haha, 69. Nice.
You're not supposed to be here.
Just a moment, I'm looking for loots. Yeah, these guys are fucking freaky, man. I mean, it's a little bit late now. I've already killed them all, but thank you. Disembodied voice.
My beloved Galatea, after I learned the terrible truth about the golden statues, I wandered the city as if in a nightmare. What must life be like for these poor souls, entombed in gold, but kept alive somehow? Trapped in their own personal Tartarus, consigned to eternal torment, too horrific for any sane mind to comprehend. I tried to offer them what small mercies I could. I began to talk to them, to keep them company. I'd imagine backstories for them, give them names, and tell them of the world, of the histories and stories I'd learned as a child. As the others became more concerned by my charity, I sought solitude from them, preferring the company of my tormented charges. Discovering a way into the abandoned palace, I began to spend my days walking its halls and sharing with its occupants ancient tales, my mind turning to those of Apollo and Daphne, Perseus and Medusa, and Pygmalion and Galatea. Pygmalion, the sculptor who fell in love with a beautiful statue, and who, praying to Aphrodite for aid, discovered that his beloved Galatea had come to life. It was then that I heard you whisper to me, Galatea. Forgive me. I know that is not your real name, just one I have borrowed from a story. But when I turned to look at you, I saw the most exquisitely beautiful woman I have ever known. Your face, forever frozen in a look of haunting sadness. Our meeting gave me new purpose, to free you from your golden prison, so that I might one day hear you speak, not just whisper your true name to me. So I gathered tools for the long and difficult task ahead, barred the doors to this place, and set to work. My beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, my beloved Galatea, my attempts at freeing these souls from their golden prisons have not been going to plan. My first charge was a Greek woman who I called Iodame after the Athenian turned to stone by Medusa. Drilling through the gold that encased her, I was vindicated by the discovery that beneath half an inch of gold, which is so rigid it must be some kind of alloy, was living flesh. Unfortunately, this golden alloy seems to have fused with her skin, so removing it exposed the sinew and muscle beneath and appeared to cause her great pain. At first, I braced myself, expecting that inflicting such pain would break the golden rule, and yet, somehow, it did not. It seems whichever god is responsible for imprisoning these poor souls does not care about their suffering at all. They are forsaken. Undeterred, I pressed on, working late into the night, attempting to remove the golden layer that encased her as delicately as I could. Eventually, I was able to free most of her body, but when I released her from her restraints, her first act was to lunge for my throat, clawing at me with all her strength in those sharp metal talons. This was my thanks for trying to save her. Whatever possessed Iodame to attack, she was clearly not a suitable subject for my experiment, and I was forced to lock her inside an isolated room of the palace and bar the door. As I continued working on others, I could hear her flailing and launching herself at the other side endlessly. Regrettably, my other experiments bore similar results, and after relocating a few times, most of the palace is now too dangerous to work in. Still, as much as my heart aches to know that you're suffering, I cannot risk attempting to ungild you yet. Not until I have perfected a method that will bring you back to me, whole in both mind and body, and ensuring your humanity is preserved. I promise you this. One day we will be together, even if I have to free every last statue in this god's forsaken place. you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. You think you can bring me down with your little wooden arrows before I jam this blade into your throat? What? How? That's impossible. You're trying to intimidate me. Liar. Really? I'm not sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll give you the key to my old medical chest in the Shrine of Apollo. I imagine it would help Lucretia ease the suffering of those still in the city. But if you're lying to me, I'll break the Golden Rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood? You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you, thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, I fear the only one capable. In any case, here's the key I promised you. Now, please leave. The door here leads... Go. What? Are you still here?
Salve, friend. I'm Octavia. Welcome to life under the Golden Rule. It's a ghastly thing, is it not? How are you faring so far? That's good, in a sense. If you're not on edge, you've not been paying attention. But on the bright side, once you've been here a few months...
How long has my fucking mic been
well,
muted?
It's slightly less terrifying anyway. We've all been where you are now.
I feel like my mic's been
remember
muted
when
for
I
way
first
too long, so I just made a
I
funny
used to lay
joke.
awake at night, contemplating the big questions.
And I looked over at my thing and I
Why
saw
am
my
I
tuber
here?
wasn't activating. I was like, why
Is
is my
there a
tuber
way
not
out?
activating? And I saw my mic was fucking
What
muted.
is the golden rule, and who or what is responsible for it? I still don't have any of the answers, I'm afraid. I don't think anybody does. But I'm happy to share with you what I've learned. The many shall... I'd like to think that if we all love our neighbours as ourselves, but on the other hand, I was always taught the intent of man's heart, and that's where I get stuck. You don't think that's innocent men and women torn? If that's true, then soon... Here, in this place, the magistrate has me earning my keep by... I used to live in a lovely villa on the banks of the Tiber. But long hours of menial labour for the... Oh, much the same way as many of the others. We were among the fortunate ones with enough coins for passage, but a scuffle broke out, and I woke up by the river, near that shrine. Oh, that's all right. Oh, yes, of course. If you like. Please keep... There was a terrible fire in Rome last year. Oh, thank you. All right, well, it was lovely...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh, no. No. No, 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 no. Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance, you'll fall.
That's the idea.
What? Why? Why would you want that?
Why do you think I'm stuck?
I know things are hard. Please just think this through.
I'm sorry, but
Please, I'll help him. If he goes through with it, it could be the end for us all. I don't know what... Thank you.
Let me guess. You're not going to trick me. Like what? You're just saying that you must... I am out. Wherever you are. Scintilla, my love.
Scintilla?
I'm sorry.
Ulpius, no! Well, I suppose it means suicide isn't... That was not your fault. I'll have to let everyone know what happened. And I guess Malleolus will have to clean up the mess, and I'd best...
Excuse me? Give me like 2 seconds. Alright, fine. Urinated into Malleus's via from above and got away with it. Alright, leap of faith, whatever you fucking say, I guess.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate.
Did you just leap into my villa from the balcony 100 feet above? That was either... well... I'm Malleolus, and if it wasn't for this interruption... I'm glad you asked. These good people have suffered long enough. By declaring there's no such thing... Wait, don't... The person making a claim bears the onus of proving that claim. Nonsense. There's... surely you're not one of those people who believe... You mean that book next to it? What? Oh, I disagree. True, but that... Of course not. But as I always say... Look, if you're trying to find her, you may wish to check the cisterns beneath this villa. Domitius says he saw... Of course, just to be clear... My name is Marcus... You mean my... And I'm hardly the only person. I like to think it is simply the way the god... Well, I am not... That's quite all... I trust you through the...
You're learning a lot of information here, folks.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected. All right, now you've crossed the line. Get out of there.
Alright, I'm leaving.
Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you? Nobody's told you about Hannibal? So, there was this guy called Hannibal, right? One day, a few weeks back, said he could hear spirits wailing. Of course, nobody... Anyway, a few days... So I go down after him, and hunched over him was something that made my... a creature. If it was a man, maybe. More like a Strix. Well, any sane person... Well...
Alright, I will be right back. Chat, my father has called for me, and I need to figure out what it is he wants. Give me a couple minutes here. Okay, I am back. Sorry about all that. Interesting news. For those that are here to watch, or maybe watch the VOD later, my mom is getting laid off from work tonight. My mother works in asbestos removal. I'm sure you all have heard of asbestos and know what it is. It's a fire retardant from prior to the 60s. Then they discovered it gives you cancer, blah, blah, blah. Have to wear big hazmat suits to remove it. It's a thing. But, my mom works at a plant, and, we only have 2 vehicles. There's my car, which only I drive, and my dad's car. Which they both can drive, but my father's work is farther, and therefore he takes it. My mom catches a ride with a coworker. Since she is getting laid off, her ride already bailed and left her there. So my mom works till about midnight, and my dad gets home from work at around 3 o'clock because he works mornings and she works afternoons. But my father wanted to ask me if I would drive down there with him so he can drop off his car. To which my response was, give me 2 hours to see if I work tomorrow because I always get my schedule the day before prior to 6 p.m. If I don't get anything by 6 p.m., I am not working tomorrow. And so I basically just told him that, yeah, give me 2 hours, depending on if I'm given a shift. If I'm given a shift, I will drive down there with you to drop off your car because obviously we'd both be going to bed at 7 and 9 p.m. respectively. And I said if I don't get a shift for tomorrow, I will just go pick her up myself. So we will see how that goes. Alright, where were we? Go into the cisterns. But also, there's a couple people I would like to speak to.
What are you doing in here? She needs the resin of a plant called Silphium. too late. No, no. Oh no. So there was one, but that... Well, until she... This chick the last time, and then she shut her. She's been... But I read one of my... I really shouldn't. He's become so irritated. I just know. Really? Feeling all right? Oh, I see. Willowback. I should have known. I have some right here. Could you do me a favor and give him... Thank you. I'm... All right.
Rufus usually hangs out somewhere around here. No, this just goes back up to the palace. Where the hell's Rufus? Yes, that's also who I'm looking for. Rufus. Ah, yes. I think I've taken the wrong way.
Wonder how much one of these statues is worth on the outside.
You... What about... Willowback? Finally, some relief. It was too much. I owe you. Meliodas. Not... No. Fine, but no... See you.
Hey, you motherfucker!
Oh, hello there, partner. I'm glad you're here. You see, my plan was to give you a little fright. You know, like two friends joke, but when I opened it... Partner, I swear. Fine, fine. It's a credit to you that... Certainly. Oh, you have it. Pleasure doing business. Very well.
Hello, pretty
Beautiful.
bar lady.
Oh, you're here. And, I hope I'm not big. There's a light in...
And you're as charming as you are beautiful.
Ugh, coming on. Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least... Ugh, let it... Certainly. Have you met Livia? She just stands around. I hear that if Malleolus is elected, he's gonna throw a... Whatever you... All right. You stay away from my money.
I wasn't gonna touch your money. I know better than to steal. I'm not stupid.
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all, but it does not. The bloodless shadows wander, some the house of the ruler of the depths. You think it is better for you if the newly arrived
Are they? Ah, you've returned. You mean Duilius? Perhaps you're not aware he was caught. Look, I can see where you're going with this. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law... Here, we see to it that he has a privilege that would be taken away from all. The man has no self-discipline, poor comprehension of what is going... I will not jeopardize the lives... Of course. Well, if you stopped one person from breaking, allow me to explain. When I discovered the ritual, the crux of it is this. If you do anything to change the course of history, to illustrate, when the Golden Rule, if you manage to succeed in saving our lives, then I will have no reason to open the doorway, and the same thing would happen if you, say, inadvertently, allowed me to die. If I can't summon you, if either of those things were to happen, I am given to understand, you would be flung back to your... So the fact that you are still here... Excellent. It looks like you'll have to continue. I've had plenty of... I've always considered our... Give the... I... Ask them. Good. Thank you.
sign of Sentia anywhere.
Are they?
Hi back. Welcome back, Piper.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's. A new face. Arve. Interesting. I'm not sure. Yes. What else? There are... Keep asking. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind. It must be completed. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent. Why do you ask?
How's the game going? Yeah.
All of the male citizens who are willing and... That's just the way it's all... There are some women who can vote. Vestal I can't allow the perception, but if it's any consolation, there are... By using whatever... I'm responsible for announcing it. So... I don't, I'm afraid. It's... Come back.
Ah, a fellow traveler from a... Greetings. I'm Georgius. It gladdens me to see another foreigner in our midst, and I must say my sartorial leather boots in place of sandals, trousers. I have traveled distant, and never have I... And now you have me more intrigued than before. We will have much time here to get to know what... My story? How... You mean to say, with all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Room? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Room. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here... Oh, if we all end up as golden statues. A good question. I remember I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, and we began making our... Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked. This time, I remember people screaming. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by... Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying... In any case, it seems that I went to find firewood for his campfire, stumbled across a cave, and discovered that trapdoor temple. And he... Anything you like. I hope that our paths cross again.
This guy's pretty cool. He runs a tailor shop. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to end this loop and kind of move on with my investigation. Yes, I need to finish talking to the priestess, that's right.
Arve again. And did you... That's true. What else? Yes. It's as I feared. Let me ask you this. And did... I see. Because I've seen her before. There's something I think... But don't follow too closely.
Can't have people thinking we're bathing together.
All right, you're here. Here, look down at the bottom of the baths. If only we could see. Oh, what a marvelous lamp. But do you see it? Somebody waking up by a river in a forest. It's just as you described it. Only your pronunciation is a little off. The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was C-H-A-R-O-N, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
That's the plot
Charon,
twist.
who, in exchange for the right coin, helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm afraid so. It's all these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld. And I know it's a lot to take in. That was my first thought too, in the old story. But it was also possible for the living to reach it without dying, if... Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman, or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he'd help the new arrival cross, only if they could pay him with a coin, an obol. That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we... To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and you say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood. And I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort, and their name always began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if you're... Good question. Let's see. But that never made any sense to me. In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coin. No. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do. We don't have much to go on, except Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter, Orpheus, a Thracian poet, Sisyphus, the king of Ephyra, and Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help. So it seems you have two options to confront. All Romans try to avoid saying it. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be called... As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus were said to have persuaded Proserpina to... The problem is, those are the stories of a poet, a self-aggrand... First, Proserpina. It's said, the god of the underworld... It is. The gods are a mirror. If the stories are true, I imagine she's... The problem is, how do... Leaving that aside for a moment... Truly? Then again, I suppose... Can you tell me more? Fascinating. If she has indeed been abducted, it would make... Tell me. That is strange. Well, as far as I can tell, water flows into the city from an aqueduct into one. If that's the current she's talking about. I vaguely recall wondering what was in there, but the door at the back of the... You might be able to get a key from the magic. Let me know if you find anything. Shh. That option would be the boldest, but also the... As I said, Hercules managed to Are you telling me I won't pretend to understand exactly? So, who knows? Perhaps you're... But first, you'd need an audience with you. The problem is, the door has been sealed. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebody... If you could recover and replace all four... It's the towering stone monument. You'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt many years ago. It seems... However, this one is unusual in that each of the four sides is decorated in a different style. Roman, Greek, Egyptian. That means you'll need to... Good question. To answer that, it would have had the god's name engraved into it, and there's only one... There's a cult in Rome that often are... They've been known to start fires, as well as... If I were you, I'd go looking for them. But I did hear a rumor they have a secret shrine. I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your search with the local Greek fellow, Georgius. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at... I'm afraid you're on your own with... It's a reasonable question, but the problem is, and even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. All right. I would suggest not discussing this. As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible... In any case, may Fortuna guide you.
Okay, we need to start another loop soon.
You, Tantalus, cannot catch the drops of water, and the tree you grasp at eludes just as the ocean accepts the rivers, but it does not.
Nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought
Say
the
it.
Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things
Then
that got
it is.
control.
I thought I saw it, but when I had to tell myself it was true. I must apologize if my words seem cryptic. I'd found comfort in reciting the Metamorphoses by our great poet Ovid. He gives such an uncanny description of this place. I cannot help but wonder if he himself
Why is
came
my
here.
tuber lagging?
Would you like to hear it?
1 second, my guy. Why are you lagging? Why are you being laggy? Are you done? Are you done being laggy? Okay, it looks better now.
I will do my best. There is a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the sluggish Styx exhales vapor, and by that way, the shadows of the newly dead descend, entombed with full rites, and the ghosts of those, at last, given proper burial. The wide, thorny waste is cold and pallid, and the newly arrived shades are ignorant of the road that leads to the Stygian city, where Black Dis has his cruel palace. As the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this place, there the bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Others follow their trades. I hope I have done, and now we share a secret. It's as if you... Friend, you have given me hope.
Don't you just love springtime?
I love your clothes.
Magistrate's orders.
So exotic.
Citizen.
I saw you use the device I made. Anyway, I'm sorry to... Well, I've been trying to get this rare flower from the rock spot. It's too steep to climb, so I hung a rope over... Do you think you could use the
Keep an eye out for Centilla, would you?
Look, I'll... Oh, thank you. It would... All right.
Citizen.
Citizen. Fucked up. I am doing my best, lady. God damn it. Third time's the charm. I do believe this is the fourth time, actually.
Sometimes I stare at the great temple on the bluff, and I think, whatever is... Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. You arrived on a sad day, friend. Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I would help out with repairs and try to stop... But you probably... You mean the Great Temple? Given the way it's positioned so prominently, look, unfortunately... So, you see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name.
Okay.
And of course we can't get inside because
Hello,
it's
Gregorio,
locked up
just
tighter than the temple
literally
of
cutting
Saturn
through
in
the middle of
Rome.
my conversation.
And that contains the
Why is my
treasury.
tuber not working?
So
now?
we're all
Hello? My tuber has crashed.
inside.
Okay.
I suppose we'll never know.
Give me 1 second. I have to relaunch my fucking tuber. Okay, are you gonna work now? Fucking thank you? Anyways.
Gladly. Personally, they're an ingenious feat of Roman engineering. With a very... It's funneled
Hello,
below the
Galerius.
palace and
Not
into a
Galerius.
cistern beneath the great temple.
Giorno.
Some of it flows down and the rest is funneled to the... Hey, not so loud. I'm not saying it's impossible, but... Oh, I'm glad you asked. But there's one thing that puzzles me. Or it could mean that they who really big if only there was a way. Of course. Oh, it means someone thinks I'm a... Look, I haven't done anything wrong, if that's what you're thinking. Somebody just has a problem with my... Hey, nothing. Sorry, that. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Novium, I saw enough friends killed or driven away, so I hid who I was for. What? But that kind of fear eats away at your slow. Needless to say, since I'm now lived, my openness didn't go. Nice of you to. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among, or at least it's not. The strange thing is, I've never really been interested in any of the men here. If I had to guess, strange bunch. If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. No. If this is escalating. What? Really? I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start someone who lives or works in the forum, but if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate. Come back and let...
Whoop! Haha. Ha 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 ha. When was the last time I fucking saved? Hey game, when was the last time I fucking saved? Oh no.
Come back and let me know what you find.
Oh, thank God. I was about to have a fucking aneurysm. Christ. Anyways, there's an ad starting in 10 seconds. Oh boy. I can hear you.
Marius?
Horatius?
Citizen.
Looking a bit troubled there.
Still no sign of Centilla. And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway, I thought you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Citizen. Yeah, but I keep thinking, what if there is something I can do? What if she's out there somewhere suffering, waiting to be found?
Sounds like you're torturing yourself. Leave that for the gods. Try to relax, get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
I suppose you're right.
Anyways, Galerius, I found your funny flower.
Ah, it's you again. Now. Well, I'm a farmer. Always. One day, when I was about... My father told me to run into the house, but by the time I got back, my mother died of a broken heart, so more raiding started before too long. One night, when my sisters and I had nothing left to steal, I got my father's old axe, pulled the door open, but there were more of them. My home was reduced to ash. Yeah, well, I was... Unfortunately, there were just too many of them. And those of us... I spent a few years working for my new... Tried to escape a couple of times. I'd probably still be there, too. If it wasn't for the stampedes. Everybody was running down toward the river. I got... The next thing I knew... That's... See, until Sentius the Decurion demanded I hand over all my produce. It's for the good of us all, he says. Only he takes the best bits for himself, of course. He even told me if I refuse his demands, I'll break the golden rule. I'm not sure I believe him, but then... What if he's right? So, it turns out our dear old magistrate is no better than the Legion thugs who took everything from me. I'm right back where I began. But don't you worry. Nemesis is waiting. And he'll get his. One day. He'll get his. Forget I said that last part, will you? I get carried away sometimes. Thanks, friend. Anyway, that's enough. I can't see how I could vote for either candidate. Even I could do a better job. I've bounced the idea around once or twice, but from what I hear, Malleolus has the election. And maybe that's not such a bad thing. I mean, he talks a lot about freedom, so I'm hoping if he's elected. And how could you know that? Well, in that case, we need to find a way to make sure Malleolus... If you can do that, and send... Brilliant! This is going to make her so happy. What I really want to do is walk up to her, but on the other hand, I can't... You mean... You see, Equitia is a Vestal priestess, meaning she's taken a vow. Even if she was just suspected of being unchaste, it could lead to her execution. Unchaste Vestals get... But at the same time, she's just so... I don't know what... What I need is a go-between. What do you say? Wonderful! Now, all I need you to do is... Thank you.
Hilarious.
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Terrible shame what happened to you.
Sign of Scintilla. And I haven't slept right in 3
I
weeks.
don't, I'm afraid.
Don't be too hard
But
on yourself.
I did overhear
From what I
Fabia
hear,
telling
nobody
Georgius.
saw it coming. Anyway, I thought
Very
you
well.
Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
Yeah, but I keep thinking.
Shiny. You took care of him? An accident? So, I do have a question. I don't Oh, I promise, nobody else will ever know what you... Oh, speaking of which, welcome. Terrible shame, that is. The forum's usually dead quiet, to be honest. I thought maybe poor old dude. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of... I called out to them. All I remember is they ran past a lit talk. So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people. Horatius, Domitius, or Ruth. Oh, there's not much... I suppose it was... All right. Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Malleolus.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Rufius.
Sentius.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus. Who else?
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all, Sentius is hereby found guilty of treason against the Empire.
What? I have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait, I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
How long has my fucking mic been muted? What the fuck? It's once again a matter of I look over, my tuber's not working. My fucking mom came in to talk to me. She came home from work early with the, after the whole layoff thing. I guess she found a way to get home. She probably just texted my dad and said she was done, so my dad was still able to get her while he was awake. Fuck's sakes. Here goes all my interesting commentary from the last however long. Ridiculous. Anyways.
Salva. Poor guy. My uncle was a victim. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going in, but send the newer... I'll go, but once I'm done...
Cool beans. That takes care of Rufus, and that was way too far. That takes care of Rufus and Fabius' nonsense. I'm gonna get this flower now.
Just as the... But it... Say it. Then... I thought I had... And now we...
How did I miss that? Come on. Now you're just stealing it from me. Alright, fuck, I'll give up. I can do this later. Oh. Why is Slob so laggy right now? Slobs, can you not be like this? Please and thank you. Yes, thank you for the resub, Morgan. All right. Where were we? I should still have... Sylvia present. Yep. Oh. Hi, Galerius.
Salve again, friend. How is it possible? Oh, come on. You're a bit like Sisyphus. Yeah. Sisyphus was a Greek king a long time ago. He was forced to push a great boulder up to the top of a hill, forcing him to start over. Actually, now that I think about it, there are a bunch of old stories. Tantalus was made to grasp at fruit on a tree. Oh, and Ixion was strapped to a wheel going round and round.
At least you're not stuck in the underworld like they all were. Yeah. At least there's that.
Anyway, I don't know which god you managed to upset to get yourself in. So, I'll tell you what. I'll keep doing...
You're a good man, Galerius.
Now, I'm going to keep your secret. Oh, and if our conversations ever start to annoy you, just tell me you're busy. I know when I'm not wanted. May fortune smile on you, friend.
God bless Galerius. Anyways, Rufus has walked away, and I need to accuse him of being homophobic.
Name's Rufus. No idea. Yeah? No idea. What? Oh, I think I have seen that plaque. Sorry I lied. Can't be too careful these days. Head into the caves behind the theater. Turn right, then right again. Oh, and here, you'll need this key. You didn't get that. No idea. See you.
Okay, I guess I cannot openly accuse him of homophobia just yet.
What are you doing in here? Can't she needs the resin of a plant? What, Yulia? Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. Look, if you don't... That was like the god. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself.
Nice.
She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her. In the meantime... That's a shame. Thanks.
Congrats on being alive. I need to go see Sentia. I also need to stop Sentia's boyfriend, or Scintilla's boyfriend from killing himself.
All weapons are to be tossed into the chasm.
Sentius!
We're finally alone. Yeah, is that a... Seems... Of course, what is it? Well, the crux of it is to illustrate. So... Excellent. I think it's... You mean to ask, why am I... I'm sorry, but... And I'm beginning to wonder if the... I'm glad to hear that. If I did... Thank you.
I can't keep him Sentius. I think I'm gonna have to steal it from him at some point.
Oh,
hey.
don't mind me. I just... Oh, I wish... Oh. What? Really? You should go and... Oh. Oh. Oh, really? That commoner in debt bondage next door thought he could win over a magistrate. I can see why she worked so hard. Oh, Thank you.
Now time to go stop said boyfriend from killing himself.
Keep an eye out for Scintilla, would you?
That's what I'm doing. Hydrate, yes. What does that say? Has cheered exactly 1 bit. I have exactly 1 bit. It is yours, thank you. It will not activate the alerts, however, because that requires at least 3. What was I doing? Right. You wait.
May Apollo keep you safe.
Oh, it's you. Sorry, was there something... As much as I'm grateful that you tried... The golden rule. That's the least of my worry. Please. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you? All right. I'd been here about a week. When it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. She was supposed to be my friend, so she suggested I'm not proud of it, but yes, I was surprised I had to sign an agreement saying I paid Aurelia Hemlock. Drink this, she said. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, she immediately told Malleolus in fact, he just... That's what I said. I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said I thought about resisting too. But he locked me in his villa. Confiscated. His wife, Claudia, was just as bad. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor. Those two took everything. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be open. I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Demetia. Only this time, honestly, it would. I doubt it. At least until someone breaks. A lot. But it doesn't matter. He's in exactly the same position. If so, I'd never. I doubt you could make. I don't know who you are.
Good, that's exactly where I was heading next. Let's go stop
May
Ulpus.
keep you safe.
I already know where you are, make no worries. Hey, Ulpius, I need you to not kill yourself because your girlfriend would be really upset.
Alright, well...
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no. No. No, 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 no.
But I wanna? You wanna what?
Ulpius, what are you doing? Get back from there.
That's the...
What?
Why do you...
I know, please.
I'm sorry.
Please, help him. Thank...
You know about that? Well, you don't understand. It's too late if I back down. Oh, really? But we're still in debt bondage to that monster. Yulia and I are in debt bondage to Malleolus. So, really? You'd do that for us?
Do you ever see a really beautiful woman and then she, like, shows you a picture of her boyfriend and it's just the most ugliest motherfucker, the most basic white boy looking ass you've ever seen in your life? Tuber, why are you like this? I'm about to switch to VideoTube. Don't fucking make me, because I will. You're gonna go over here where I can keep a fucking eye on you. Make sure you're not fucking acting up. I'm gonna keep an eye on you there. So if I see you start acting up, I can solve it much faster. Anyways, that's how I felt the first time I saw this guy after realizing he was dating the most beautiful woman in the city.
It seems today. Thank you, friend. Thank you. I just wish there was some way I could... Cinderella and I were in love. And then... Alright. One night a few months ago, when I was cleaning Malleolus's... I wasn't allowed out. So once everyone else was asleep, and that's when I saw her. I just sat there on the roof, listening to her with my chin on, and then she looked up and saw me, and from the moment she asked my name with this warmth and curiosity, I knew I'd have done anything for her. And so for weeks on end, each night I'd climb out of the villa and into her father's garden. We'd hold hands and talk about all the things we'd do. And then one morning I woke up and all I could do was keep my head down. Scintilla was the one thing that made my life better. All I know is she loved. She'd never have taken her own life. I can't prove it, but I just know she's still alive. Somebody abducted her. My guess? I have no idea where he'd be keeping her. I've never seen the inside of it. and I haven't been, but I have a feeling that if you could get in there somehow, let me know what. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
That is very handy. I completely forgot that I had to have the 2,000 denarius on me. And so I paid it, but I still have 2,000 denarius. How do I have 4,000 denarius? It's like before the time skip, I had 700, and then during the, you know, that part where I was running for my life and I weaved my way past that golden statue, I picked up another 500 something. That still should have only brought me up to like 1,600. But I just had enough to give Homeboy 2,000 denarii. So I was like, okay, maybe my math is off a little bit. I just have exactly 2,000. I started having like a couple, maybe 100 at most. But I still have 2,000? Almost 3,000 at that. How do I have that much money? Yes, thank you. I'm aware. You're oh so very kind and helpful. It's appreciated. Anyways, random Christian woman.
What you did was
Ad starting in a minute.
And even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have, what you're doing is even if I'm afraid not. I don't put a lot of stock in such. If that. Oh, I see. Ah.
Yes, yes. Cool, 250? Well, this is a very dangerous place to be. What? That was not fun. God, why is my person moving so slowly? Yeah, that looks a little bit better. More or less.
Shalom. You mean where am I from? But when I was a child, I moved to Rome. That's where I was. Every road leading out several hours down the Appian Way. I saw another Jewish family. I can only assume they got the better of me. It's strange though, because I still had my purse on me. A lot of good it did me. Well, neither of us had a couple of hours to stand up. You remind me of an old story. Obliging, he replied, of course. Thanks. Sentius, I don't. But, alright, friend.
Yes, I need to go to the cistern eventually. I'm aware. Galerius, Mr. Clean, my man.
I saw you slide down that rope before, and strange. Oh, of course. Anyway, I'm sorry. Well, really? You already have... This is going to make it what I really want to do. You... Wonderful. Thank...
Goose. You can talk to the goose. Press E to honk. There's a goat. Anyone I need to talk to in here?
Beautiful. Oh, you're here. And, there's a lot. What was that? Let's... Not for a few weeks now. Last time I remember because they kept looking. The one word I kept hearing was... You know, normally, I'd expect you... Straight as a... I'm happy to tell you all of... So... Simple. It's a one-way trip. Ha! It's hardly my fault if people... I just try not to think about it. Drink... All right. You stay away from my money!
I'm not looking for your money, I'm looking for what's-his-face's room. This is Virgil's chest. He has 69 coins in his chest. That's funny. Theophilus had an orgy with 4 girls here and disappointed all of them equally. A dice tower. This is Domitius's hut. Galerius for Magistrate, countered by I would rather drink Aurelius' special brew. This is Galerius' room. It must be. Oh, is this Dooley's room? I think this is Dooley's room. Many shall suffer the one. Horatius, alright. Oh, why is that so hard to read? Jim died from Kawash in which he screams. There we go. Appreciate about the dreams I've been having. She said I might help her divine the meaning if I wrote them out. Happened again last night. The man by the river was there as always, his face shrouded in shadow. That peculiar rim headdress. Once again, he dressed himself as Karate and told me he would drag me down from the river. In his words, he said his name as if it meant something I could not understand. Indeed, his name rings a bell, but I cannot for the life of me remember where I heard it. I do not think it would sleep so soundly again until I know. Yes, my darling, I know you cannot move, I understand. You're all very upset. I don't know what you want me to do about it right now. I have not solved the mystery yet. This is your final warning, sinner. Rufius. Rufius, are you a secret Christian? That's a phallus. That's a dick. Also sleeping with a man in your room, Rufius? That's not gay at all. 2 men in your room. Alright, time to go harass Rufius. Oh, right. No, I have the flower. That's right. Need to talk to the priestess. Where is Rufius? No, that's not what I want. This one? Yeah, the center. There, he's up here. Rufius. Hey, little shit stain. Little homophobe you. With your cutting jawline and piercing eyes.
No idea. It's the rheumatism. I know that's not an excuse. I'll leave him alone from now on. I'm going to go and...
Cool, thanks. I know.
A new face. Arve. Oh my. Let's see. We don't. Hercules. Mayfall. Arve. Oh, how lovely. I see. So, it's from Galerius then? Of course I do. That man is a wonderful human being, and my favorite person in the world.
Everybody loves Mr. Clean, you know?
He is the least subtle secret admirer.
Who doesn't love
you
Mr.
could
Clean?
Imagine the way he looks at me with.
You stop that program.
On this flower. He went to so much effort, too. Suspending that rope above the lake, inventing that pulley device all on his own. He'd just stand
really cool
there
dude.
each morning, looking at the flower, trying to summon the courage to seize it. Oh, my heart. Tell that adorable oaf that my Vestal's vow of chastity ends once I turn 36. Then, I hope so. See you again.
Alright, where is Galerius? Oh, Virgil. Yeah, I should probably talk to Virgil.
Ah, a new face. I hear... What deep... You went snooping in his... Have you... Really? Poor fellow. I've heard that can really mess with a person. Really? Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening. My vote isn't... Nice to talk.
Hey, you little fucking freak. What does Discord want? Oh, Axel's stream must have died because it spawned a new message.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with
Greetings
the
and
magistrate's
salutations.
weapons ban,
Greetings.
so it
I'm
wouldn't be
Georgie.
an issue.
My friend, you're... Ah, I knew this day would come. Please, let us leave the... Very well. But for several months now, I have been sneaking out at night to worship the gods of Maya. Each day, I leave offerings of food, in the hope that we may have a bountiful harvest. And yet the next day, when... The offering it is, so I ask. Stranger still. Once I sat in front of my shop like the 100-eyed Argus until dawn, to see... Nothing! Nobody entered. And when I told my friend Kabash of this at the tavern, he... It is the only Greek temple in the city. I do not think you should pursue this, but you do not...
That would be this one then? Is there anything else I need to immediately solve? I guess I can talk to. I need to talk to Galerius and this other girl. Bullshit.
Shalom. All right.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
So I'm better than you, Demetrius.
Oh. No. I did hear from but I'd been locked in Malleolus's You mean my life story? Oh, thank you. If that's your...
Thank you. Thank you.
Ah. I can't take this route unless Ulpius kills himself. Interesting to note.
You look well, my sartorial friend. Hey! Ah, but... And in a city full of Romans, you are asking me? My name is Georgios, yes. But the Romans, they do not care. They hear me say Georgios, and they think, ah, he must... They do this all the time. They see us worshipping Zeus, they copy us. I am flattered that they copy our ideas. At first, I pull my hair out. After a while, I give up. But my point is this. If the plague you seek was pilfered from a collection of old Greek... he cannot help it. And besides, it makes him happy. So I say... That, my friend, is quite the dilemma. I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the... Nothing. I hope that our paths cross again.
Salva. What? You've been here with good people here. Well, I'm just saying. Well, I can tell from your funny... Oh, I try not to worry. Thanks. And I like your teeth. And I'm sure he'll be just... All right.
Generous pinch of yeast, a pinch of salt, 2.5 cups of warm water, and a pound of flour. Mix a bowl of dissolved yeast. Add flour to a separate bowl and gradually add the water and salt. Knead until dough isn't too sticky or floury. When warm, place near an oven for an hour so that it rises. Bake until the crust is golden and allow it to cool. Interesting. Candice and Thera were together until the end. Well, I'm happy for them. Okay, no, I don't want... What? Okay. Okay, where is Galerius? Why are you all the way over here, man? Are you hanging out with Dooley? Yes, yes, yes.
How'd you do? Salve, Dooley. How are you doing today?
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so. Galerius, what happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon, Dooley.
My mother told me, when you die, a ferryman helps you cross a river and your spirit lives on in the underworld. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
Is it true that if you were good, you get to go to Elysium, but if you were bad, you get punished forever and ever in Tartarus?
Something like that, but...
If I die and go to Tartarus because they say I've been bad?
I'm not going to let that happen to you, Dooley. I promise.
Thank you, Galerius. Thank you.
Now, I have more work to do, but I'll visit you again soon, alright?
Alright, Galerius. See you then.
Galerius, no! I need to talk to you.
Salve again, my Sisyphean friend. Now, what's on your mind? Thanks. What did you... Venus, that is the best news I've ever... I wish there was... All I can do is tell you where... In the rock tunnel, near the stairs, there's a little doorway set into the rock. Inside, if you look carefully, you can see a chest. Unfortunately, one of those golden hunt... If you can figure out how to get past it... And how could you... If you can do that, and send... Alright.
Hello? Hello? Do you like it? But... well... Like... Yeah, Galerius will let me out. Bye-bye.
Do I deal with Malleolus, or do I deal with... I guess we'll deal with this first. Getting really annoyed with my tuber not working. So, while it is Halloween, I'm gonna switch to Vito, because this is getting annoying. Back to the classics. VTuber. Yeah, I guess it's like it runs high process for some reason. Like when fucking doesn't lag. Vito never lags. And then for some reason like PNG Tuber Plus just gets really nasty when I'm playing something else, and like there is a way I could fix it, and that's why I'm running the game as an admin, but that's just there's Kabosh.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome, welcome. May I ask you? It's a sincere... Tell me.
Okay, we're taking a quick ad break. And I've been live for about 4 hours now, which is saying something. Oh, I need to take a quick pee break. Give me like 1 minute and I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Flip my shit over. I brought my food with me because I'd really like to get back into this story. So we're about to meet up with a really cool factor of this plot. It's very windy and my door keeps trying to slam, but I have a hat in the corner of my door and it cannot slam.
Ah, Kabash. I know this man. He came through here some weeks ago. I will tell you everything I know, but first, a request. I have been living down here alone for many years, with nobody to talk to but myself. The one thing I long for above all else before I die is a good philosophical argument with somebody astute. I'm hoping that person is you. Let us find out with this simple question. Excellent. I see you are indeed quite astute. Very few come to that realization before their time in the sun is over. Now, will you join me in a friendly Socratic dialogue? Wonderful. Then let me begin with a question. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? You are an overthinker too. We're the same then. It is probably why I became a philosopher. But if you struggle with right and wrong normally, then down here with the golden rule, Surely your struggle can only have become more difficult. Well, that's reassuring. And the truth is, you're not alone. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye and rationalize, and yet still find a way to think of ourselves as good people. But under the golden rule, morality matters. The slightest wrongdoing could result in a mass execution. So to navigate this maze, we would have to be certain about the difference between right and wrong. Wouldn't you agree? That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to my next line of inquiry. So let me ask you this. Is there one system of morality which is always perfectly correct, which you could follow in every situation and always do the right thing? Are you sure? Or is it possible that humans simply haven't figured out the right system yet? So is it up to each of us to decide what right and wrong mean to us individually? Or must we simply follow the laws and customs of whichever community we're in? Good. Never discourage anyone who continually makes progress, no matter how slow. Would you say you know the difference between right and wrong? And to what extent? So, that is... I'm reminded of something. Better to know that you know nothing than to know nothing and think that you know. It is because knowledgeable people have learned enough to know they know very little in the broader scheme of things. You see, out there in the world, being uncertain about right and wrong was acceptable because our mistakes rarely had consequences. So we would tell lies and bend rules and turn a blind eye, but under the golden rule. So to navigate... So let me ask you this. How can that be, since they all have differences? If there is a correct moral code... You know, I think you'd find an ally in Herodotus, a scribe from among my people who lived some 400 years ago. He told the story of a man named Darius, whose curiosity was piqued when he learned that a certain tribe had the practice of eating their dead. He asked some Greeks who burnt their dead, "What would it take for you to eat your dead?" Aghast, they replied, "Nothing." Then he asked the tribe who ate their dead, "What would it take for you to burn your dead?" "Nothing," they replied, equally aghast. From this, Herodotus concluded that custom is king, that right and wrong are merely local ideas which are different from one tribe to another. I take it you're in agreement? Then let me ask you this. If you visited a tribe where they ate each other, copulated with the dead and drank wine from cups made out of human skulls, would you still maintain that within such a tribe there is nothing wrong with such conduct? And that's a credit to you. It is the mark of a civilized person to change their position when presented with a superior argument. My point is this. I don't think anyone alive truly knows any hard and fast rules about right and wrong.
I'm glad this conversation has been going on for so long because I was just able to eat my entire plate of dinner. Let's fucking go.
Surely you would agree there are circumstances where an exception may be. For any rule, you can imagine there are countless situations in which that rule may be suspended. And if there is one thing I have observed about rules, it is that virtuous people do not need them. And evil people will always find a way.
Virtuous people do
And
not
so
need
we
them,
must accept
and
our
evil people
limitations.
always find their way
And the
around them.
sad
Remember
truth
that.
that no human society will ever achieve the utopia for which it strives. In mathematics, we would call it an asymptote, a line that can be approached but never reached. Because the only way to create a utopia is with the ever-present threat of force, such as the Golden Rule. This and no other is the root from which a tyrant springs when he first appears as a protector. And life under tyranny is no utopia at all. I'm glad to hear that. In any case, thank you for humoring an You mean, how did I end up living alone in this cave with... I was a quarrelsome young man. At 19, I left Corinth for Rome to study rhetoric at one of her finest academies, so I could argue more forcefully. Back then, I used to enjoy verbally sparring with everyone I could, and I was good. One night, I found myself in a tavern, in an argument with a drunk mercenary. It became heated, he drew a gladius, and I won the argument, but lost my life. I woke up on the banks of the Styx at a campfire opposite Karen. Of course, I tried to persuade her to let me return, but even with all my skill, I failed. I settled in, made friends, and learned what I could, quickly realizing our little community faced certain death under the Golden Rule. So I began looking for a place to hide underground. Fortunately, I found this place waiting for me. You see, I was not the first to take refuge here. I returned to my friends above, persuaded them to join me, and 12 of us descended for the last time to live out our days hidden from Hades' tyranny. I fear that if you were to utter my name in the city, even my generation was wiped out, turned to gold many years ago. My friends and I were able... I think it's safest to assume that if I was to return, I'm afraid I am the only one left. Some from malnutrition. It has been lonely. Before my... Living in darkness is not without its challenges. The first challenge is die. And sometimes, when there are Greek people living up above, I surface at night and salvage the offerings they've left in the temple of Demeter. The greater challenge is the isolation. So I like to imagine, like so many things, they are one and the same. The road... As you... Did we not discuss... Ha! If I... You seek the plug. It is a cursed object. I will tell you, but you may find him hostile. Very few know this, but before the Romans came to this city, it was once entirely Greek. The architecture, the temples, and the people. When the Romans came, in typical fashion, they claimed it as their own, built over everything that could be built over, and renamed the things that could not. Thus, the Shrine of Persephone became the Shrine of Proserpina. And when they found an obelisk bearing the name Hades, they tore it off and replaced it with Pluto instead. And the city's dwindling Greek residents, witnessing this compulsive Roman conquest, decided to preserve what they could of their heritage. They gathered their art and valuables, secreted them away through the Temple of Demeter, and hid them here, out of reach of the Romans. However, there was one thing that always seemed out of place to me, and it is the very thing you seek. An even older plaque bearing an Egyptian inscription. We had no idea until years later, when the first of my friends began to die. As a result of their deaths, we began to dig catacombs branching off from this cavern to lay them to rest. We extended the tunnel so far that we accidentally discovered another, an even older tunnel, which somebody had gone to great lengths to keep hidden. Suddenly it made sense why there was an out-of-place Egyptian plaque among our people's possessions. You see, we proud Greeks had thought the Romans beasts for stealing and corrupting our heritage. But it turns out this game has been going on much longer than any of us imagined. I think it is best you head through the catacombs and follow Kabash's trail. There are certain things you must see for yourself. Take this key. You'll need it to open the gate.
What have we learned today, folks? Cultural appropriation is real. It started with the Egyptians, as most things do.
I enjoyed our chat, but please, keep my presence here a secret, yes?
Hey, Jam, it's been a while. How's it going? How you doing, buddy? It's been a minute since I've seen you around. Good, sorry I have school. Understandable, not happens. Hi to my friend, which is you. Oh, well, thank you, buddy. It's nice to see you here. Another one of you, but where? The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. The link doesn't work. Are you on mobile or on web? Well, that's interesting. Oh, that's interesting. I will update that. Give me 2 seconds here. Here's the new one. Let me go update my bots. They're spitting out the right link. Okay, now I need to do that with... Who's the bot that does this? Stream Elements, okay. I always forget which bot does what thing. Okay, that should be updated now if I just go. Yep, that's all working. Good, good, good. All right. That should be all. Yes, I think that fixes everything. Oh, Jesus. Okay, back to the action. Why can I not zoom in anymore? Okay, zoom is just not working. Good to know. I don't know if that's a guy or not.
Stop! Do not come any closer. Who are you? I am Kabash. And let me guess. Another Greco-Roman come to loot and plunder the resting place of my ancestors, Trousers, boots, curious here. No, I suppose you do not. Then what do you want? To what end? That is welcome news. You really are not Greek or Roman, are you? I was planning to return it myself, but for now, I must remain. Here, take it, and restore the honor of Osiris. Now, As for the other plaque, indeed, I have it right here. I stumbled across a collection of dusty curiosities while searching for a place to hide from the hungry children of Amit, and there it was. You may not. In fact, I am about to destroy it. Because it speaks a treacherous, blasphemous lie. I will tell you, but first, do you know what this place is? Indeed, and I see you know our history. This is the Duat. See what has become of it. I have been down here for weeks, piecing together its story, and here is what I have learned. As Egypt declined and the Greeks had their turn to flourish, their souls came here in great numbers, but instead of adopting our ways, they copied and corrupted them. When they found the obelisk bearing the name Osiris, the true god of the underworld, they desecrated it, removing his name and replacing it with Hades. Even the ferryman of the dead, known to my people long before as Kerti, they renamed to Keron. As if that desecration was not enough, they built over this place, using it as the foundation for their own underworld, so that ours was forgotten. My only solace is that the Greeks then suffered the same fate when the Romans rose to power, renaming Hades to Pluto, and the cycle began anew. It is inscribed with a script I do not recognize, but it is ancient, almost as if it is older than the plaque bearing Osiris's name. But if that is so, it would imply the gods of Egypt are mere imitations too, copied and corrupted from an ancient people who prospered even before us, and that my people did to them what the Greeks and Romans did to us. But this, I cannot accept. I sense a deception. Perhaps it is the work of Set, the usurper, seeking to undermine Osiris once more. You will never know. This work of sacrilege must be destroyed. You are too late. It is done. You would plunge into the depths of... If it will... I am from Rakotis, which you may know as Alexandria. Since the Romans had taken over from the Greeks, I took the opportunity to learn Latin, and when the fires broke out last year, I tried to help. On my 7th trip, a passenger demanded. I told him his brother would have to save himself, and he tried to... I awoke on the banks of the river to a stranger. It did not dawn on me until much later that he was the... This is where I belong. I think if someone is to break the golden, do to the doer. As for the punishment that will come from it, I finally understand. I do not know. What could possibly lie? All I know is everyone so good? Be gone from
this guy likes to yap.
Wait,
you should have seen it
you are
like
planning to go
20,
down
30 minutes ago when I was talking to a
see it in your
philosopher I had to get past to see this guy.
I urge you, return to the surface.
Well, that's too fucking bad, my guy, because I have to get it. Sumerian. Nurgle, the fierce one. Stranger, heed the final words of Namkuzu, bear witness to our aftermath, and lament us. We did our best to live as the gods commanded. We planted seed and harvested together. We shared bread and beer. We accepted newcomers with open arms as a family. But with each newcomer, the bonds of our family strained, and soon we were as strangers to each other. And when these bonds were finally broken, my brothers and sisters planted only for themselves, and ate and drank alone. And it was there, in the empty space between us, that sin took root. Nurgle sentinels have awoken and clamber at our barricades. Learn from our mistakes. Okay, let's try and not trigger that trap a second time. Just had to do a bit of seat adjustment here. There we go. That's better. Sins of the one shall become the suffering of the many. Pace of a suitcase.
When I told you that you would not find a way back up, that was not a prediction. That you will. I disagree. You have undermined and Very well, I will listen. Why should I let you? Why? To what end? But why? What business? Blasphemous fool! You have sealed... Ha, good. I welcome it. You see, the philosopher told me that I can only hope one more... The...
would like to not have to restart my day over again for this motherfucker.
When I told that you why? But doubtful. You speak the truth. Many of my ancestors endured great hardship to live good. We prepared to have our hearts weighed on Anubis' scales and to swear ourselves innocent of sin before the 42
You return, welcome
assessors
back.
of Ma'at. And yet, I arrive here to find the Book of the Dead contained only a did our priests steal and embellish the story? I am... Perhaps that... Very well. I will remain here for a while.
Gotta go. Sorry, no worries, AJM. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Oh, almost stepped on that. You know, I've fought this guy before. It's very fucking annoying. But also, how did you get ahead of me?
You carry the gift of Prometheus in your hand. Remarkable. Good to see you again. I enjoyed our chat.
Oh, now Zoom wants to work again, out of nowhere. Thanks. Would've been very fucking helpful earlier, but fuck you too, I guess. Alright, let's see how much of my day I wasted here. Oof. Priestess. What about the priestess? Where'd you go, my guy? Oh, there you are.
Hey, my friend. Truly, my imagination runs wild. Should I stop my off? Very well. Now, I hope that our paths...
Okay. Priestess.
Ave again. Did you find what you need? Certainly. Maybe.
So I need to find out what happened to Scintilla. We need to persuade Galerius to become magistrate. Cistern. That's the same thing. And the Roman Greek plaque. Okay, well, I guess it all starts talking to... what's his nuts, I guess. So we gotta find Scintilla.
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
So I'm cooler than you.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at them. Listen, I don't abduct women. I think it's gone on long enough. We've already lined up the votes he needs to win. Whatever.
Alright, still go see him.
And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. And now...
Did you just scale the wall to my well? Look, if I had a Roman plaque in my... Why? Don't talk How? Nonsense! I don't know how you know about... And now, get out! Get out of my villa.
Fine! Your villa sucks anyways. Sentius's is better.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected.
I hope you have a good you've returned. Do you have any news about your investigation? Of course. Yeah. Why do you say that? What? I'm speechless. How do you know? Of course, this isn't your first loop, is it? Well then, you must stop him from I can't be seen to be. You'd better not waste any time. Good.
Starting in a minute.
Oi! How did you get it? Hey! You're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
And what if I am?
Whoa.
It's just another fucking peeled statue. I can handle it. I'm prepared for it this time. Because the first time I came in here, I didn't have a bow. Poor peeled statue. Hydrate. Yes, imagine I will hydrate.
You? Who are you? Did he send you? Do you know you're here? You have. I'm Scintilla. I found a way out through the gate at Horn, but it's locked. So I told him about it, and instead of helping me escape, he locked me up. He wants to keep us all here forever, or until we're turned to gold. He's a monster. You have to let me go so we can kill him and take his key. Sentius, my adoptive father. I don't know. He said the gods are on his side because they don't want us to escape either. Behind me, there's an aqueduct tunnel bringing water from... The only problem is it's barred by a... I'm going to take that... I'm done caring about the gold. There won't be enough time. There's no time. Wait. Oh, thank you. Now follow... Wait. Did you hear that? He's here. He must be coming in through the door behind me. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
What did you do with Scintilla? Where is she? So that is how it's going to be. It's a shame, really. You'd have been looping through time forever until you gave... Come now. Shh. You see, my connection to the portal somehow preserves my memories from one loop to the next. But I'm surprised you hadn't noticed. Here I was. He was a moralistic fellow, and because of that fatal flaw, I watched him come through the portal each time. And when he finally saw the futility of it all, as you're about to, it broke him. He drank. The next time I awoke, you showed up. But I'd have preferred if you'd given me more time to enjoy the trapping. Just the two? Not many. But don't worry, I'm sure there'll be another useful idiot who comes along after you're dead. In any case, there's no escape for you except the path that Al took, the path he wrote about on his tablet. What was it? Ah, yes. Better to end it all now than find out what awaits you beyond that portal. So, you discovered my secret. So what? What are you going to do about it? Of course. There's no way you could have succeeded. Every soul who has ever found... Man will always sin sooner or later, as I told you the first time we met, by reliving the same day over and over again, forever. And I will continue living long after your dust. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I have grown attached to all this, and as long as this day keeps... I have found a way to prolong my life indefinitely, to cheat death. I have become, in effect, as immortal as the gods.
Like how Scintilla is just standing behind him.
honestly
Like,
say
where's
you
my
would
knife
not
emote?
wish the
Someone put my
same for
knife emote in
yourself?
chat. Because that's how Scintilla is standing behind him.
Do you really think you can take on a Decurion with that flimsy little bow? Who? Scintilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Hi there. Gave me a bit of... Well, here Funny you should. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. Well, it described an event about 2,000 years ago. Freed an imprisoned woman named Centilla. It said the attack caused golden statue. Apparently, the only person to survive was... what? Let me see. God, why does this... I've spent a lifetime in it. This is... So you're saying, because a man from 2,000 years ago is dead, he never created a time... I guess you saved my life then. Maybe we can escape through the same aqueduct until...
So this is just one of the endings, and this is not even the good ending. So I will be continuing this to get a better ending.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody... You go on ahead.
You're back! Oh, what a relief. Why don't...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Hydrate, yes.
You can just call me Caroline, if you like. I'm sorry I was not completely honest with you when we first met. I do not enjoy deceiving people. Believe me, that most people find comfort in familiarity, in gradual change, and coming to see the truth in their own time. That you died, of course. You were dead when I brought
Thank you for the 20 bits.
my role as the servant of the god of the underworld. Most so, ask yourself. As you wish, you were exploring an old tomb when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, including 2 silver coins of ancient origin. Unfortunately, as you emerged into daylight, you were set upon by 2 thieves. A nearby hiker saw the scuffle break out and leapt to your aid, trying to help you recover your bounty. You both fought bravely. There was nothing you or he died instantly at the scene. That man's name was Al Worth. You were each in possession of a sacred coin called Karen. Perhaps you have heard the tales of the Greeks and a long time ago, my master created 1,000 silver coins and had me distribute them across the world. My orders were simple. Whenever a person died in possession of a coin, I was to locate them and ferry them here. That is a question you would have to ask him, if that were still possible. I am just his only now. I find myself there is nobody else to ferry here. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you. You were gone so long I thought I'd never see you again.
Kinda lost track of time in there. You wouldn't believe there was a tablet describing an event 2,000 supposedly they say it was destroyed when a woman murdered a tyrant. My new friend here, I know how...
Maybe not that crazy.
How could you...
She left a tablet of her own. I think here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but I want you to know that I will never forget you, or what you did for me. It pains me that so many dear friends were not so fortunate. Ulpius, Sentia, Lucretia, Horatius, Galerius,
poor Dooley and the others. But please understand, their blood is on my hands, not yours. I will live with the consequences of my actions, and all I can do is move forward, trying to show others the same compassion you showed me. I promise you that saving my life will not be for nothing. Scintilla.
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
Oh, sorry. Ending 2 out of 4. And many might have survived if you confronted the god of the underworld. We will see. Gotta get the other... Well, no, I only got 2 out of 4, but I still need to get 1, 3, and 4. Does this go any faster? Tap escape. Thank you. Yes, let me out. What if I click continue? Is this just gonna take me back to the river? Ah, I see.
You! I'm supposed to be behind the only... There would... There's no... What? I hate you.
Come on, let me up. Let me up. Come on. Bro. Okay, let's try this again. How the fuck do I get out of here? Okay, this is the way I came because you're just a dude. That's what he deserves.
Isn't the Great Temple majestic?
Sure.
I hope you're coping.
I'm doing my best.
Lovely to see you again. Even if I had seen it, and I'm not saying I have. What you're doing... There was a... Even if I had... I don't... If that... I hope it worked. I'm afraid not. I don't... If that... Oh. Ah.
Okay, my only thing is needing to dig up dirt to get Malleolus to drop out of the race. I think that's kind of what's harboring a lot of my shit here. The cultist made us a plaque. Search Octavia's home. I could do that. I'm aware of what the god of the underworld is doing.
So you survived the cistern. Probably just a stroke of fortuna. Don't get cocky.
May the Lord bless and I should have discussing this in person, but if I'm right, then you're a believer like me. May I be able to worship openly. It's like you need somewhere to pray. There's a special place waiting for you deep in the caves behind the theater. Turn right at the first fork. And again at the second.
they?
Yep, that took out half my health. Ulpius loves Scintilla. Corrected to Ulpius killed Scintilla. Well, no, Scintilla is very much alive. We just need to find... Well, we found her. We just need to go through another loop and convince everyone to flee. I know. Okay, right and then right. Okay, left, right. And then right. Okay, so all I need to do is some fish. Yes, it's Jesus Christ. I need to get Mr. Clean to become magistrate, so he will free Dooley, and so I can get the plaque. I missed. This is Livia's house. I know. Sisyphus, Tantalon, Ixion, and yeah, so that's the final one. Isn't it about time for the election yet?
cafe again. Did you find what you need? It must be it'll be between sentient. Why do you... You can, assuming that... I like the idea, but I know Galerius well, and his position has always... It was only yesterday that he said to me he'd only... So, I suppose if you'd like to see Galerius elect... Certain. See you again.
Let's drop out. You fucking little weirdo. We're all at the tavern now, aren't you?
Horatius? Looking a bit troubled there.
Hello there,
No
friend.
sign of Centilla.
May I
And I haven't slept right in 3 weeks.
Don't be too hard on yourself. From what I hear, nobody saw it coming. Anyway,
are you well,
I thought
stranger?
you Stoics weren't supposed to worry about things you can't control.
I'm afraid not.
Yeah, but
If you're desperate, I
keep
did hear
thinking.
that some people here.
what if there is something I can do? What if
That
she's
starts in a
out
minute.
there somewhere,
It's terrible for
suffering,
inflation, is what it
waiting
is.
to be found?
There's so much gold just
Sounds like
I've
you're
scoured
torturing
this city from
yourself.
top to bottom with
Leave
no
that to
luck.
the gods. Try to relax. Get some rest. Tomorrow's a new day.
Oh, well, technically yes.
I suppose you're right.
Thank you, friend. Very well.
I know, buddy. We'll fix you shortly
Salve.
enough.
Beautiful.
What is it, citizen? I don't see why not.
Of course. Well, as I always say, it's by threatening to execute 1 in 10 men. If you knew you could be executed because your brother-in-arms is planning a mutiny, because your only chance of saving yourself is to... It's brutal, of course. A war crime. Isn't that a contradiction in terms? Seems that way.
War crimes. Ridiculous.
What's done is done. I was forced to execute my brothers, as with the Golden Rule. As Seneca the Younger wrote, but to rest, if you... I went around asking the same questions when I fought, to bear trials with a... Not that it's any of your business. Unfortunately, see, Domitius has been going up. The man's a savage. Sentius knows about it, of course. But this place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. I appreciate the thought. But in any case, if you're interested in the election... Alright?
Looks like the election's starting.
Alright, let's go die again. At least we have 1 extra person to vote today. He's gonna vote for Sentius. He's gonna vote for Malleus. Mr. Clean's gonna abstain. Rufius. Could not talk him out of voting Malleus. Oh wait, no, I did convince him, that's right. Or did I not do that this round? I don't remember. I don't know who he's gonna vote for. I know he's gonna vote for Sentius. You're gonna abstain, you're gonna vote for Malleus. I don't remember who you vote for. And either same with Virgil. I don't know who Virgil's gonna vote for.
Citizens, we have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and Marcus Malleolus Gurges. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots, and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Sentius.
Dacius.
Malleolus.
Galerius.
I abstain. I'm just here to observe.
Virgil.
Malleolus.
Okay, it's a tie.
Ulpius.
Sentius.
Rufius.
Malleolus.
And finally, Domitius.
Malleolus.
Yeah,
Who
I need
else?
to convince
Citizens,
Rufius.
you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Marcus Malleolus Gurges.
Hail, Magistrate Malleolus. I said, hail, Magistrate Malleolus. That's more like it.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. And now, I make this solemn promise to you, good citizens. Under my leadership, you will finally enjoy the freedom you deserve. No more shall you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe, because the tyrant Sentius told you it was forbidden. For my first act as magistrate, I hereby announce a day of celebration to mark the end of an era. The myth of the Golden Rule is no more.
The Golden Rule is real, you idiot.
For his attempt to deceive us all,
Hurry up
Sentius
and
is
make the
hereby
thing
found
happen so I
guilty
can run
of
away.
treason against the Empire.
What? I've got this anymore.
What?
I don't need to
I
stop.
have committed no crimes. This is madness.
His sentence: to fight for his life in gladiatorial combat against Domitius. Here and now for your entertainment.
You have no idea what you're doing. You're going to get us all killed.
Wait. I exercise my right as a Vestal priestess to pardon him. I will not allow you to do this.
You're showing your true colors now, priestess. Your corruption sickens me. Domitius, ignore her. Proceed.
This is insanity. You'll doom us all.
Lies! It is time the Golden Rule was exposed for what it is, a children's fable, exploited by a treacherous leader to instill fear in all of us.
This is why he's in his gladiator gear. They've been planning this all along.
Shut up, all of you. The magistrate has spoken. I'm going to enjoy killing you, old man.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, old man, hurry up.
Salve, friend.
Such a silly. That's cute.
What? That's a big... I doubt I'll be able to get...
The 49 melodies fetch again with incessant labor, just as say that he and
Bonk.
And you. See you.
Names. What? Will I've been. No. Fine. So I'm.
Happy Halloween, bitches. Yes, thank you, Amanda. Thank you.
What are you doing? What? Hopefully But how could you know she need... You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of it. And in the meantime... Sure. Do you... A city without... I wish some people... That...
Don't you just love springtime?
Citizen.
Citizen. And dressed as a pirate, drinking sparkly magic wine and eating chocolate. About to join some spooky trivia games. That's nice. That's much better than my Halloween's going. I've not really talk to anyone all day, and I'm playing this. I was meant to play some spooky games, but they didn't want to run. Like, literally anytime I tried to interact with the game, it would just cease. So I decided to play this.
Welcome to life on... Ah, another stoic. I used to lay awake at night. Please keep that. There was a terrible fire in Britain. I don't... Oh. All right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
Oh no.
It is what it is.
No. Oh, Pierce, what are you doing? Get back from there. If you lose your balance...
Why do you...
Please.
You... Well... It's... Oh. Really? You're... It seems today... Thank you. I'll go and take care of things with Malleolus and tell Yulia the good news.
Accept the love. Has been the past hour. Yeah. Yeah, we got Pluto, Egyptian god. We just need the Greek one that says Hades. And to do that, I need to get Homeboy to be magistrate, but I can't do that this run. So I need to freeze Sentia. Get that in.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
I threw stuff at you? Oh, I didn't see it, sorry. I was busy looking at the game and not my slob screen. He's like, give me a warning when you do that. I have to turn my head a whole 90 degrees to look at my other screen. Back up here. Gotta be a way for me to scale back up there. Really don't want to go fighting through the palace again. What's Discord want? Blame Morgan keeping me up until 2 a.m. Well, why were you up with Morgan until 2 a.m.?
Be careful who you trust. Oh. No, but I... All right.
Morgan shouldn't even be up till 2 a.m. Don't listen to this man. He's silly. That's when Morgan plays games? Yes.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. Just like Diana's.
Malleolus isn't receiving visitors at the moment. It
No
being
Morgan
election
slander
day.
or what?
Malleolus, of course. The name's Domitius. You want?
Thank you, Morgan.
Why? You want to see me? When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change.
My home skillet.
You won't. Whatever.
You know, that's really funny considering I have not watched any of his streams this week. Because I'm a normal, responsible adult and I go to sleep on time. Wild how that works, isn't it?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
Because you suck, Demetrius. Oh, I found out where Scintilla is. Do you want me to tell you?
What is it, citizen? He's one of the better commanders I've had. Treat your inferior. Can't ask for much. All right.
What's with the ... Amanda?
Whatever are you... Ugh, I wish Hooray... Oh. Oh no, the question is... A skeleton... What do you... But didn't Demetrius say there's some kind of creature down there that
My phone be tripping.
killed and ate... What are you saying? That somebody crept down there and put... Why would... But who? That is an extremely sick... So this... I've heard enough. I won't have you kindly keep your insane...
I tried to warn you. Oh, that suck ass per incumbent. I have not carved a pumpkin in several years, I'll be honest with you. Hey, buddy.
We're finally alone. We have... Is that about... Ah, look, it's unfortunate now. I think it's better. Of course. Yeah.
Looking into coming. Remembered ferment. What does Malleolus
Why do you
say?
say that? What? That... Well then, you must... I can't be... You'd better not waste any time. And may sw... You mean to say you've tried... Well then, in that case, as magistrate, I hereby declare him an... I don't believe so, no. It's not... So now you're an expert on Roman law. If ever there was a time to dispense with legal procedure, it would be now. Anyway, you can... I would think that bow you're... Thank you. Please act...
Ugh, this place has become a thoroughfare.
Thank you. Thank you. I am delighted and deeply honored to have been elected your magistrate. Yes, thank you. I'm delighted and deeply honored. And now, I make this solemn promise to you. And now, I make this solemn promise to you. Under my leadership, you will find on, eggshells, yes. No more should you walk on eggshells, fearing simply to live and breathe because the tyrant I hereby announce a day of...
You're not supposed to be in here. Talk. My marital affair. Perhaps you're not as sick. You know, some time ago, when he still cared. Now, addressing one's wife by the wrong name is not unheard of. I confronted him about it. I let it go. But to withdraw. Listen, I may not. You must think me. Demit! Do I need to call Domitius?
Well, that was a bust. Time to go kill him. We're just gonna reset this loop manually.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here without a hefty... Ha! What? You've...
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
You followed me down here? That's kind of rude, personally. Alright, I guess I'll try and find another way out. I guess I have to run up and take the portal, huh? That was a waste of 2,000 denarius.
Salve for... Ah, sounds serious. Yulia? Oh no. Alright, let me see. Stop Fabia going... But how did you... Poor Virgil. I'll go.
Ave.
Ave.
On your best behavior, I trust?
How come you're allowed a weapon and I'm not?
I'm not... Talk. I think a better question is, I have quite enough marriage trouble all... The dainty little thing from next door. Of course not. As much as I despise her You know, now but I couldn't agree more. It seems our interests are aligned. But first, I want you to bring... Oh, don't look at me like that. I know that... So... Thank you. Now, perhaps you can tell me who...
Ad starting in 1 minute.
He's... Oh, give me that immediately. What? It was a lie of a mission. I curse you. This is outrageous.
Yep, such as that. So Galerius has finished his errands. Gives me a minute to look around, I suppose.
What is the meaning of this?
Well, I would like to talk to you, but you're busy. I have to wait to talk to you. So I'm lingering. Until you're ready to talk to me. Just wait until Galerius finishes his fucking errands, like little errand boy that he is. Ugh. Galerius, hurry up.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm meandering. One could even say lollygagging. Now I can talk to you.
Domitius doesn't usually let anyone in here with... My name is Mark. I like to... Unlikely. What? I suppose that make... So... Oh, so much... Fine. Ruling. I'll have Domitius notify the priestess of my withdrawal. And there, you got what you wanted. Now, please.
Cool, thanks, bye.
Don't believe a word they tell you.
Shalom, friend. Sentius, I suppose. All right.
Where the fuck is Galerius? Where's Galerius?
Priestess, Malleolus has decided to withdraw from the election.
Oh.
Where is Minecraft?
That's surprising, but
It's in your pocket,
thank
where
you for
most people
telling me.
keep things.
I'll let everyone know. Citizens, I have an announcement. Malleolus has withdrawn his candidacy from today's election. Unless any new challengers are nominated by nightfall, Sentius will be re-elected magistrate by default. That is all. A new face, Arve. Well, Malleolus has withdrawn. Why do you ask? Oh, what a good idea. He is a virtuous and... Certain. See you again.
I just need to convince everyone to vote for Galerius.
Name's Wolf. Galerius. Fine. See you.
Yeah, I'm getting to it.
Greetings and salute. Greetings. I'm George. Galerius. Did you know he said... But of... I hope that...
Salve. Hello there, friend. Well, I'll take your word for it. But now you're talking, I'm interested. Oh, that's a little all right, all right. Wait. I suppose you're right. Here's your... Now. What? I can't take that golden bow because Steve, you promised to tell... What is this? Some kind of joke? Don't even...
Sucks, don't it?
Don't even talk to me.
Hurts, don't it, motherfucker?
Ah, a new face. I hear... Galerius, definitely. All right. Nice to...
do believe that's all the eligible men.
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bar?
So where the fuck is Galerius?
Don't believe a word they...
Shalom. Sentius, I suppose. Galerius, the farm. All right, friend.
Swindled, yep. Read 10 different graffiti. It's the thing I just got an achievement for.
Just as the say, then I'm and wow, isn't that a big long bow? Oh, you're here, and there's why? Let's not for a few weeks. The certain. Have you met Livia? I hear that if there used to be a midwife here, now, fortunately for us, Scintilla, how can we try? I heard Dacius has been offering a lot. Have you seen the way Rufius? But then, what?
It's because he's gay.
I hear Galerius. Why do? I hear there are black. Some even say. I've already told. All right.
Actively running out of money right now.
Hello? Hello? Do you like... But... like... Yeah. My friend Hannah, he said he gave all up... No. You're going to let me out? Oh. Galeri. Like, if you help, Hannibal said it was in the city. Bye-bye.
Where the fuck is Galerius? You want this bow, buddy?
Don't even talk to me.
Yeah, he don't like me. Which, honestly, understandable.
Salve and welcome. All right.
Citizen. See.
Welcome. Feeling all right? That's...
Fuck that guy, yeah, Desarius. Yeah, he's been a bit of a shit. Okay, for serious though, where the fuck...
That's quite an impressive bow you have there.
Where's the fuckle?
What is it, citizen? Not that it's any of your business. All right?
Whatever he... Oh. Oh, really? I can... Oh. Thank you. Oh, look, you're... Oh. What? You should... Oh. Oh. Yes.
Working on it.
Isn't the great temple majestic? Ave.
Don't believe a word
It
they
must be
tell you.
completed by... It'll be between Why do... As I said, I'm planning... Yes, very well. Citizens, it is time. Let us meet to elect our magistrate.
Time to go to the theater.
Okay, so that guy's voting for Galerius, that guy's voting for Galerius. Refuses... Okay, so you're voting for... Sentius. You're voting for Sentius. You're probably voting for Sentius. And you're voting for Sentius. And then I have 1, 2, 3 confirmed votes for Galerius.
We have a quorate body of voters gathered here to elect the city's magistrate. The candidates are Sextus Sentius Imperiosus and late nominee Gallus Galerius Helver. Marcus Malleolus Gurges withdrew his candidacy earlier today. As agreed, we shall dispense with ballots and candidates will abstain from voting. Let's make this quick. As I say your name, call your vote. I'll start with you, Horatius.
Sentius, of course.
Georgius.
Galerius. He saved the life of my dear friend Fabia.
Dacius.
Sentius.
Virgil.
The man who put a stop to the threats I've been receiving. Galerius.
Ulpius.
Galerius, the man who saved my life.
Rufius.
The man who treated my rheumatism. Galerius.
Haha, nice.
Citizens, you have made your decision. Your new magistrate is Gallus Galerius Helver.
Yay!
It has been decided. Magistrate Galerius, would you like to make a brief address?
I just want to say, this isn't something I ever wanted. Now that you put your trust in me, I'm going to do everything I can not to let you down. I'll need some time to put together a list of the changes I want to make around here. But I promise you, there will be changes. My first order is that Dooley is to be freed. Horatius, release him from his cell immediately. Please. Wait, do I need to say please? I suppose not. That's it. You can all get on with your day. Nothing else to see here. Move along.
Yeah, just give me a second. Gracious, can you move faster, please?
Salve.
I bet Galerius only won by
It
bribe.
gladdens my heart that Galerius set poor
Isn't
Dulce
the
free.
Great Temple
I will
majestic?
cherish this moment.
Fortune smiles on you today, Julius. Magistrate Galerius here has ordered your release.
You're going to let me out of here?
I'm sorry it took so long, my friend. And it wouldn't have happened at all if it wasn't for a newcomer. So be sure to offer your thanks when you can.
I will. I will. Thank you, Galerius. I'm so happy.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got a lot of work ahead of me. Why don't you go to the baths? Then tell Georgius I said you could have some new clothes. Then I want you to go home and rest. I'll speak with you soon, Dooley.
Hello? Oh, thank you. You can have, and maybe you can, my friend Hannibal, but he gave me a key. Please help me. Oh, thank. I hope you find it.
Maybe it is treasure. I can see it from myself. So
Be careful who you trust.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
I died. Oh fuck, I think I have to wait until the next loop.
Salve, friend. Oh, sounds... Yulia. Poor All right, let me see.
What? Are you?
I'll go.
Not a good time, friend.
It's a great time. You're not gonna die this time.
You. We. What? What? It's no use. You're making them.
Okay, so this is the Great White Hallway. If you for some reason want to play this game yourself and do not want spoilers, this is your official spoiler warning that I warned you was going to happen 6 hours ago. Alright, we all good? Okay? Let's go. This is probably not the architecture you were expecting.
And here you are. Allow me to introduce myself. As you have already gathered, I've been known by many names. Nergal to the Cimmerians, Osiris to the Egyptians, Hades to the Greeks, and Pluto to the Romans. But the one constant through it all has been my title, god of the underworld. And I've been watching you with curiosity, mortal, ever since your life. You're unlikely this, and what is more, you can carry a weapon that was never intended for mortals to wield, and you do it so brazenly.
It helped me find
But
treasure.
There will be time for your reckoning later. First, as a reward for undoing the desecration of my obelisk, I will allow you to satisfy your curiosity. Ask what you will. My story is many thousands of years long. It is a matter of perspective. Your ancestors revered me because to them, my knowledge and technology made... But despite all that, my kin and I all adopted this form long ago. In time, we grew fond of the sensory delights it affords. Desire. This is like me. She has been known by many names. Ereshkigal to the Sumerians, Isis to the Egyptians, Persephone to the Greeks, and Proserpina to the Romans. Or perhaps you might know her as the goddess of springtime, the cycle of life and renewal. Your gaze lingers too long. That is my servant. You would have met by the river, though she wears many faces and goes by many names. Kumutubal to the Sumerians, Kirti to the Egyptians, Charon to the Greeks, and Charon to the Romans. Her role is to ferry souls between the mortal world and this one, and to make their transition as seamless as possible. For that, she earned herself the infamous, if erroneous, moniker, the Ferryman. We will talk more later. For now, ask your questions. No. Long ago I swore to Proserpina that I would remain in this form for as long as we remained among your kind. I must honor that.
I'm gonna snooze this ad just while we get the conversation.
As you would. It has come to be known simply. That is a long story. You see, long ago, my kin and I set out from our home on Elysium. We discovered your planet, and with you all but destroyed yourselves. Yet Proserpina saw raw potential in you. So we revealed ourselves to your people in a place called Sumer. We offered guidance in agriculture, toolcraft, and for a time you flourished. But soon you were too many. We had sown the seeds of dependency and confusion. My kin had seen enough, and we began preparations to return. But my Proserpina could not bear to abandon your kind without guidance, and knowing it would force the rest of us to leave her behind, she made an extraordinary sacrifice. She gave up her immortality to descend permanently to the ranks of humankind. And so she began her inescapable trajectory toward death. Horrified, I acted swiftly. I placed her in suspended animation in a deep frozen sleep to prevent age and sickness from claiming her. And then I pleaded with Proserpina's father, who the Romans called Jupiter, to bring her with us to Elysium. It was and is my hope that once there, we might one day learn to undo what she has done to herself. But he refused. I did everything I could to persuade him. Humans were unworthy of ascent. But seeing that I was aggrieved, if even one human city could prove itself capable of a single year, then
Hello,
Proserpina
Bavia.
and all of humanity
Hello,
would be
Lily.
permitted to join us in Elysium. My part
I
would
love
be
you.
to
You're at
remain
a really pivotal point in this game right now. I'm gonna be honest.
to watch over you without interfering, and to sit in silent judgment. And so my reward has been to languish here, enduring a 3,000-year winter, waiting for the day your kind, so that I might take. And here I am, after all this time.
Thank you all for joining. I've been playing this game for the last 6 hours or so. And yeah, I'm at the pivotal mark here, but welcome, raiders. It's happy to see people. Yeah, you're kind of at a pivotal point for this game. It's called The Forgotten City. If you've ever looked at this game and wanted to play this game and want no spoilers, you need to leave now. I'm sorry to shoo you away, but if you have heard of this game and genuinely want to play it and to avoid spoilers, we are in a very spoiler-heavy part. That is just a warning. I would find myself unfair if I did not give that warning to new viewers. But otherwise, if you don't care and you're just here for the experience, then please feel free to stick around as we are working on getting all of our endings.
There were also gods who, like me, have been known by many names, but perhaps you knew them by their Roman names. Our leader, Jupiter, as well as Neptune, Saturn, Juno, Minerva, Mars, Venus, Apollo,
I actually would have preferred the
Diana,
Roman
Vulcan,
names,
Vesta,
or sorry, the
Ceres,
Greek names, actually.
And of course, my beloved Proserpina.
I would have taken the Greek names. I don't know the Roman gods very well. I don't know who is who.
As the first wave of your kind arrived from Sumer, I had them build a city in their own. I had them build the entrance as a vertical shaft leading to baths to cleanse them of the sins of their former lives. I watched wave after wave of Sumerians arrive. And
What
as
flavor
their
of game is this?
civilization declined over the centuries, they were replaced by Egyptians. Of course, believing themselves to be the superior civilization. The Egyptians promptly, after another 1,000 years,
Okay, so, real talk. Okay, so the Forgotten City was originally a Skyrim mod, hence the Skyrim mods tag in the stream. It was originally a Skyrim mod that was built inside of Skyrim that you could, like, go to the Forgotten City and play through all of this via Skyrim. They eventually were able to come together as a project over the course of 4 years and turn it into its own game, which was released in 21. June of 21, I believe. So, for the plot of this game, you wake up on the side of a mysterious river where a woman named Karen, Karen, is looking for her friend Al. I need to pause, snooze the ad, 1 sec. Anyways, I have 5 minutes to get through this. Where a woman named Karen is asking you to go find her friend Al, who went to look for something in the temple that you were mysteriously in front of. So you go to check the temple, and there you find Al as an old man, his corpse fully encased in gold, saying, it's better to die than to see what's beyond the portal. And you walk up to the portal, and it's just like, there's a portal to the past, and you jump in, because fuck, it's a game, dude. What else are you gonna do? You gotta follow the game. So you end up in this ancient Roman city where they live under the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule is basically the many shall suffer for the sins of the one, hence the stream title. The Golden Rule basically means that if one person commits sin, everyone dies. Corporal punishment, as we may know it here in modern times, which, as we told one gladiator, that is a war crime in our time, and he thought that was preposterous. But basically, if anyone commits any kind of sin, these random golden statues that are placed all along the areas of the city come to life and turn everyone else into golden statues. So your job, via the magistrate of the city, was to find out who's going to break this golden rule so he can obviously prevent the golden rule from being broken, because he found a spell from the goddess Proserpina, or Persephone, that basically lets him sacrifice himself to open a portal to the past. Hence, repeating the same day over and over and over. So this is a time loop game where you just repeat the same events of the days over and over, gaining new knowledge, new items, trying to help all of the citizens, like stopping people from dying, stopping people from killing themselves, etc., etc. At some point, we gain this bow, the bow from Diana, or Athena. We obtain their bow, and we are able to shoot and turn things into golden objects, golden people. Basically, we gain the power that the Furies have, the golden statues with bows, and what our main task has been up to this point is restoring, or figuring out how to leave. Because once we figured out what was up with the time loop, we're like, okay, well, how do we escape the time loop? And we found out that there was this obelisk in front of this great temple that has no label. So it's like, you know, but this temple's on a very, very high hill. So obviously it must be of some kind of importance. So we've just spent the last couple hours looking for the 4 tablets that were removed from the obelisk, each slating the way that the name of the god of the underworld has been presented. Pluto for the Romans, Hades for the Greek, Nergal for the Sumerians, and Osiris for the Egyptians. And the whole plot of this has, as he just finished explaining, is that, you know, the Sumerians were here first, and then they crashed and burned, and then the Egyptians took over, and they crashed and burned. And the Greeks came, and they crashed and burned, and so did the Romans, so on and so forth, right? So the whole thing of this, like, the 2 main plot points are with the god of the underworld here, who has created the Golden Rule, and then the magistrate who has put himself in a permanent time loop over and over to remain immortal forever, because he knows that someone's always going to eventually break the Golden Rule, and by doing that over and over and over, he's essentially gained immortality by repeating the same day over and over. Every time some strange dumbass comes up and tries to solve the problem, i.e. myself. Like Al did the previous one. That's how we found his body that was like really, really old, because he spent like years and years and years trying to solve this problem. Meanwhile, I've been at this for like 4 days, and I've already solved the problem. So we got our first ending already, which was 2 out of 4. Like the second ending. And that was, finding... Okay, yeah, fuck. I should probably explain this too. So the magistrate has a missing daughter called Scintilla. And Scintilla is trapped. Scintilla is missing, basically. And we know she's not dead, because if someone had killed her, it would have enacted the Golden Rule, blah, 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 blah. So we go searching for Scintilla after following some clues lead us into the cisterns. We meet Scintilla, and her father, magistrate, was the one that had trapped her there. So, because she was trying to escape. And the magistrate doesn't want anybody escaping, because obviously he wants to relive the same day over and over and over, immortality, yada yada. So our first ending was we found Scintilla, and we let her out of her binds, and then her dad showed up and gave her his whole, you know, villainous monologue. And, oh fuck, ad starts in a minute. He gave his whole villainous monologue, and so Scintilla killed him, and Scintilla escaped. Me creating a time paradox, because he is now dead and can't recreate the portal, was returned to my own time, and escaped with Al, and Scintilla was the only one that survived. And now we are trying to get more people to survive to get one of the other endings. Cool? We all caught up? I've got the 4 pieces of the obelisk in place. I won't go over how I did that right now. And then, we are confronting the god of the underworld. You know, as Moses said to Ramses, "Let my people go!" Except these are not my people, and I don't even know who I am. I'm an archaeologist, I think.
To ensure the wager was fair, it was important that my subjects were chosen at random. To this end, I had my servant distribute 1,000 tokens fashioned from silver, a rare element at the time, across all of Sumer. Whoever died while in possession of one of them would be located by my servant and ferried to this place.
Community made me a little part of the internet. I was also excited to see each other.
As the tokens were discovered,
yeah, because we're all friends here.
Melted and fashioned into trinkets, and eventually coins, spreading to Egypt like seeds on the wind. Later, when they spread to Greece, they would come to be known as Charon's Obol, or as coins for the ferryman.
Look at this man's jawline.
Some placed coins in the mouths of their dead, hoping they would awaken here, though they had no way of knowing which coins were fashioned from the original tokens. In fact, almost all of the tokens are accounted for. Only 2 remain. And so after this wave destroys itself, as it is destined to do, your kind would have squandered the last.
You kicked the snowman today? There's snow there wherever you are?
This rock, and Persepone's along with it. It is a regrettable story. One of the first men who came to this place was a king of Sumer, a troublemaker. To be rid of him, I returned him to his people, on the condition that my servant erased his memories of this place. But the erasure did not take completely, and he told stories of this place as if describing memories of a dream. His tales were committed to writing, which came to be known as the Epic
80 degrees on Tuesday, and it's
and his
today.
words
Jesus
were
fuck.
twisted and distorted over generations. Later, the Egyptians would adapt Sumer's stories of the underworld, making them wildly intricate and labyrinthine. Their Book of the Dead and Book of Gates bore less and less resemblance to this place in their priests' pursuit of profit. Then, when the Greeks began to arrive, they proved far more cunning, and in a series of incidents that will not be repeated, 5 of them escaped. A warrior named Heracles, 2 kings named Sisyphus and Theseus, a poet named Orpheus, and a Trojan named Aeneas. They each told embellished tales of this place. And so from Sumer to Egypt, Greece to Rome, Of course.
Put chains on my tires? Dude, 3 inches? You do not need chains on your... Axel, I don't know if you remember snow living in Florida for so long. 3 inches of snow does not warrant putting chains on your fucking tires, dude. Just put snow tires on and you're good. Like, snow tires will do perfectly fine. You know? Snow tires will do justice. There's no reason for the ridiculous, chains on your tires. That's for, like, a foot of snow.
That is merely the name your people have given to it. That is a story dating back to the very first wave. After the Sumerians finished building their city,
Yeah, I just don't
the
drive.
self-declared ruler threw a banquet to celebrate. Now this man was unmarried, and many women were vying to become his wife, a prestigious position of power and influence in a new world. Of all the women, 2 were particularly ambitious. Both were beautiful, and both arrived at the banquet wearing eye-catching dresses and painted faces, their hair woven in elaborate fashion. The first woman, recognizing that she would require an advantage to win the ruler's affection, draped herself in jewelry, ornate necklaces,
I'm gonna go shower and
bracelets,
get ready
and
for my
rings
night. Open the
fashioned
door, you
from
have fun,
gold.
save people from the gold.
Seeing this ostentatious
Alright,
display,
bye Lily,
the
I love
second
you.
woman grew envious, for she had no such jewelry at her disposal. She prayed aloud to any gods that would listen to cover her in gold. And when
Happy
her prayer
Halloween!
answered, she took matters into her own hands. While the others indulged at the
Yeah, I wish
banquet,
my bus turned into
the
second
second
school.
woman
That's fucking
summoned the
crazy.
first for a discussion in a quiet place. She checked that nobody was watching and pushed her rival from the top of the ziggurat where she broke her neck on the rocks below. But I was watching.
Axel, Florida is never going to require the use of fucking tire chains,
took
dude.
the
You guys
golden
get an
bow
inch
left
of, like,
behind
not
by
even an inch of snow and shut down the
I
fucking
shot that
state.
woman in the heart, covering her from head to toe in a layer of molten gold. And I left her to stand there, that she might serve as a grim reminder of what befalls those who sin in my domain. But that was not enough, for the entire city was tainted, so I had no choice but to wipe the slate. And to this day, each of them suspended in time with only their sight and hearing preserved, so they... I give your kind a second chance at life, as well
Worried
as
once,
ample
yeah.
warning about my law. And when you disobey, and so you ask, if I am the... you destroy yourself. When my kin departed, they left behind... The golden bow originally belonged to one of my kin, who the Romans called Diana. As my collection of golden statues grew, I chose the most ferocious among them, and equipped them each with a duplicate of her bow, and tasked them with hunting down the Forsaken at my behest. They became known simply as Furies. I've always considered that the cornerstone of morality is the ability to determine right from wrong on one's own. No attempt to lay out rules like your Code of Hammurabi or your 12 Tables of the Roman Republic can ever cover all possible scenarios. This should come as no surprise to you, since the core principle has been expressed in many forms by many of your civilizations. The Egyptians made a rudimentary attempt with do to the doer to make him do. The Greeks refined it with avoid doing what you would blame others for doing. The Roman Stoics added treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Even the so-called cultists hiding among you often say, "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you."
Oh yeah, the
It is
cultists
the
are
simplest
Christians.
of concepts, and each
Which, like,
one
is kinda
possesses all the
accurate.
faculties required to apply it to any situation. Yet none of the peoples who expressed this rule were able to uphold. Enough. You. I am able to commune with all the statues and... If she was still conscious, I suppose...
No reason.
What an odd... Do you plan to speak in sweeping generalization? I have seen no... Taking one's own life is a self-directed act. It is not... Therefore, it cannot be said that... Applying this rule always requires us to interpret the meaning of the words. Supposing you are right, then my... Now tell me. The merchant. How is that? I disagree. Having watched this merchant, that is precisely... Applying this rule always requires speculation to some degree. Not if we're one... Suppose... Now tell me. Ah, the tavern. I disagree, having watched that tavern. Now tell me. You speak of the money lender. And he would never have signed a contract. Ignoring your irritating sense of moral superiority. I see. I fail to see how your system... Now tell me. The midwife and the palace. The rule is do unto others, meaning other people. They are forsaken. Now tell me. Abduction. You mean the magistrate imprisoning his daughter in the system? He did so because she
Thank
sought
you
to
for the
escape.
bits.
A sin I take particularly seriously. Better that he stops her from escaping,
thing, she
albeit
got robbed.
brutishly, than I have to wipe out this
I don't know if we've
entire
had
city to
children
punish
show up
her.
because
Wouldn't you agree?
I don't. I'm upstairs in my room. And I don't know if there's
Now tell me. Do you honestly... I should strike you. Now. Very good. Only it has long been within my power to see to the hearts of mortals and weigh their deeds in life.
Hello, Daniel.
But
Thank you for the bonk.
when I peer
You bonged
into
them up.
you,
Okay, bye, Daniel.
I see only a blank slate, as if you did not exist until you were... Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember. If that is true.
How did you come to...
People don't really come to my house.
I do not know. My kingdom...
Here, kids, have some soup.
Tread lightly, mortal. Enough of this. Why have you... If you anger me or waste my time...
Where's
with
Morgan
lies
stream?
Or wrong-headed arguments...
It's only 7 p.m., Daniel.
Face death here. So,
You're like
tell
2
me,
hours too early.
why should I
Peachy stream is better?
to the
Hey, quick, somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. Get that in writing. Morgan said it right there. Peachy stream is better. Somebody, I want that in writing. I want that embellished. I want to put that as the splash page of my fucking twitch.tv/peachpocky. It's just the banner. It's just a picture of Morgan stream Peachy stream. Kind of fucked up the suit's ass. If he's here, that means he can stream. He literally only just got home. Shut up, Peach Puck. You can't shout out myself, dude. The fuck? I hate this clip. So I will not be playing it. Get fucked. I've turned off your shoutouts. Screw the rules. I'm in control of the stream. Like he's doing anything? Yeah, he's watching me stream. That's what he's doing. Hi, Mangles. Daniel, why don't you get a life? Genuinely. Like, leave the man alone. Because you know what? You know what's going to happen if he streams tonight? I don't work tomorrow. He's going to be playing Goose Waker. Honk Waker. Goose Zelda. That's what's happening tonight. So if you push him to stream earlier, that's all you're getting. You're getting Goose Waker, buddy. Let the man live. He wants to hang out with me and watch my stream for once. What if he... I'm heading over there. Smoke, he's not going to be streaming for another, like, 2 hours. Again. He's not going to be streaming for another 2 hours. Like, I'll even have him say it himself. I'll have him say it himself if he must. I can't type on mobile. See, that's what I just said. 2 hours.
That is a very serious accusation, Morgan. Every one of those people was... They failed collectively, and so they were punished collectively. The Romans understand this, as did...
I'd rather watch Kiki stream than stream myself. That's because I'm funny. Not that you're not funny, Axel, but you know what I mean.
How unfortunate that we are not. Ah, but I'm a god, and you... Let me ask you this. Do you ensure I have food? You will... How dare... The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Dive and weave, dive and weave, dive and weave. I watch Pocky for meditative purposes. I didn't think I'd be one to be considered meditative, but alright.
Salve, friend. Mind telling me who you are and why you look like you've just taken on a gladiator? All right then. Ah, it's you now. Oh, I don't give it much thought these days. But I say, let's spend less... Well, but Scintilla, if anyone knows for sure... Alright.
Philosopher.
Name's... What be... I've... See...
What are you... What? Hopefully in a moment she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing? And at this exact
I'm gonna have to
moment?
look that up because I don't know what it is.
A what? You just... That's...
Help! You... What?
Tried to send it to Peach, but I'm bad at Twitch. You are literally in my Discord, Smokahontas. Just send it in my Discord.
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as Quinctius. Do you know where he is?
Hello? Why is that coming out of my speakers? 1 second. This needs to not be coming out of my speakers right now. What? All I heard you say was 1 Mississippi, and then a random woman's voice. Here's what I found online.
Oh, that was my phone because 1 Mississippi sounds like Hey Bixby.
That's funny. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the thing that makes it so the audio is coming out of my speakers, but it's not. Output device, headset. Thank you. Say words. Say words again. Cool. I need to make sure the sound is going to you. Vegan King Gigablorgo. Words.
The generous. Vegan King Gigablorgo the generous.
Uh-huh. Anyways, yeah. As he said in chat, folks, 2 hours. You still got 2 hours with me.
Or so.
Thank you.
Cool. Bye, dude. I got shit to do. Okay, what's left? What's left? What's left?
Whatever's in that great temple up there on the bluff.
The opposite of right.
I need to talk to Rufus and get him to stop being homophobic.
You fucker! Go
Je-
just beat his ass!
Well, no, because if I beat his ass, then everyone in the city dies, and then I have to do the loop over again. I just have to tell him to be like, hey, I know you're being homophobic, stop that. And then he stops that. Well, so there's a gay dude here. His name is Virgil.
Sure.
Oh, there goes the assassin that just died. Molly, I'll see you later. All right, Imagine. See you later. But yeah, so there's this gay guy named
Imagine
Virgil.
Or Imogene? Is it Imagine or Imogene?
I think it's just Imagine. They've never corrected me otherwise.
Either way, I love you, and I will see you on the morrow, my love, my darling.
I'm assuming you mean you're talking to Imagine.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you're not gonna join me in a Discord call and then immediately leave.
No.
But yes, anyway, so yes, there's a gay guy named Virgil. And Virgil was...
Summary of Dante's Inferno.
Huh. I'm not gay, but $20 is $20.
Ah,
I am gay, and $20 is still $20.
all right.
I can't believe this is how it ends.
It is Imagine.
But yes, anyways.
No.
Like I was trying to say, so there's this gay guy named Virgil, and he's been getting like graffiti written on his house and
If
like
you lose your balance,
angry, threatening notes
That's
to
the
his thing.
idea.
And it's
What?
Rufus.
Why?
Because Rufus
Why
has
would you want
rheumatism
that?
and has
Why do
had
you
no cure
think
for it, and so he's
I'm
been
stuck?
getting like
Please.
really like upset and just taking it out on a random gay guy. So I was like, hey, I know you're the one being rude to the gay guys, stop that. And he's like, oh, okay, you cured my rheumatism, so yeah, I guess I'll stop.
You... Well... Oh. Really? You... Thank you. I'll go...
Alright. Next on the docket is... ba-ba-da-da-da.
Well, how the wheels on the bus have gone round and round.
What?
Fucking post I saw.
That's quite
Hi,
an
Priestess. Bye, Priestess. Hey, you. Give up on being magistrate. Thanks.
Unlock. So there.
Cool, thanks, bye. And maybe, like, unlock your wife from the bedroom, like, just saying. Can't figure out how to send you a message? Just post it in the Discord, dude. You're in Discord. I have a memes channel. Just post it there. Because, no, you... Well, no, I don't accept DMs unless they're on my friends list.
I'm
Alright.
just not cool enough to be your friend, I see.
They've never spoken to me. They've never spoken in the Discord. I would have no reason to add them. I'm not gonna fuck with the magistrate. I actually don't care. Why am I mean to you? You have not given me a reason to add you to my friends list. You don't, like... You've never said anything in my Discord. You don't interact with me unless I'm streaming or if I'm on Morgan's stream.
Julia.
He is in my Discord. He just never says anything.
And now Malleolus is going to...
I don't either, to be fair.
Wait. Why do you look so happy?
Fake fans, folks. Fake fans.
If I send you something, I send it to you directly, like, my bad.
That is the smallest, saddest snowman I've ever seen. But it is a
Right?
snowman nonetheless.
And then it gets the shit kicked out of it.
I see a floofy tail of your
Right?
horned tail retriever with your bare feet nonetheless. That's nonsensical. Why are you walking around in the snow in your bare feet, boy?
Look, when you come from where there's snow, it doesn't actually
We're
affect
free.
you as much. We come with built-in +5
Malleolus
frost
just
resist.
released us and we
I
never
live in
have to
Canada,
sit
Morgan.
in that villa again.
Yeah, but you live in, like, you're literally
How?
further
The
south than
newcomer
I am.
arranged
You're
it
also at a much
somehow.
lower elevation than I
Really?
am. I
Yes.
come built in with +5 frost resist.
Incredible.
Yes, but I also live in the land of snow,
What
and I
different-
have land literally more
don't know
north
what to
than you
say.
do that currently
don't need to
has
say
snow for the
anything.
last 2 weeks.
Just rest up, get your strength back,
It's snowing right now.
and we'll
I come with
celebrate
+10
properly when you're
frost
ready.
resist, and you
I will.
are weak to
Thank
ice
you,
damage.
Ulpius.
I'm weak to ice
I
damage
will.
and fire damage. The only thing I'm not weak to is psychic damage. I inflict psychic damage.
Julia! I'm so glad you didn't go through with it.
A golden bowl.
It wasn't for lack of
You guys just had this. You guys just had this
Now
conversation.
Malleolus is
I need to go
going
talk
to-
to the philosopher.
Wait. Why do you look so happy?
You have snow? Axel, where the fuck do you live?
South Florida.
Right, that's right. You wouldn't get snow. Axel, my city is called the Mile High City. I'm literally a mile above sea level. alright? We've had snow in June. I have had to go out and put sheets over our fucking vegetable garden in June! Because it was snowing.
How the fuck do I get to the Philosopher? Again, I've completely forgotten. Oh, Temple of Demeter, that's right. Literally called the Sunshine State. Mine is called the Garden City because it's nothing but wineries. Welcome to Niagara, folks. Maybe a weirdo, but I only take cold showers. Anytime I suggest someone take a cold shower, they call me a blasphemer. It's like, I don't only take cold showers, but after a hot summer day of working, standing in the sun for 12 fucking hours, yeah, I'm coming home and I'm taking a cold shower, dude. Hey, philosopher buddy. I need your philosopher secrets.
Ah, a visitor. Welcome. I was indeed. Oh, that's a relief. I assume you're asking. Extraordinary. I suppose first I'd want to gather information. I'd want to know about his... If I could expose some internal inconsistency in his reasoning. But as a philosopher, the saddest truth So the easiest path would be to find his emotional susceptibility and exploit it. If he was vain, as a last resort, I might figure out what he fears losing above all else. And now, go quick. Good to see you again, friend. I enjoy...
I went to Toronto and people were nice as fuck, but everything was crazy expensive. Welcome to the Canadian economy.
I didn't go to Toronto. I went to Banff and to Edmonton, and they are both very beautiful.
He was in left Canada.
I was in left Canada.
Ad starting in 1 minute.
Nuh-uh.
Hey, that was my last news. Can you fucking not?
Sorry.
Been over this. Don't touch my snooze button. That is for me and me only.
But I don't want to watch an ad.
Why would you be watching an ad, Morgan? You're subscribed. Everyone in chat right now is subbed.
Because I don't want to watch an ad.
Don't click the snooze button, because if pre-rolls start because of you, I'm gonna literally kick your ass.
Do it, coward.
Don't fucking tempt me.
Beat the shit out of me. Literally just end my life.
Seeing a relative in Michigan, and we were like, Canada's right there. So we crossed over, had breakfast, and went home. That's okay. I crossed the border, get gas, buy butter, and go home. Why do I not have... Why do I not have Persephone's crown? I do not have enough money to continue this loop over. I literally do not have the funds.
Can you do just like a loop just to grind money?
I mean, I can.
I'm gonna go kick another snowman. Alright, Smoke.
There, that should give me enough. Yeah. I'll be back when Morgan's on. Alright, well again, that's gonna be 2 hours. Where else is there just money hanging around? I'm not going into the palace again.
You don't need to say anything. Just rest up.
Ah.
This is Virgil.
Well.
He even looks a little
Well,
gay. I
but
love him. Look at his jawline, dude. And his Ken Barbie hair.
Yeah. And then Galeus.
Salutations.
My. Have you not? Oh. Of course, and scaling the chasm wall. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oar. See, the shaft is quite high. They have. There was an attempt. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt. They heard a godlike voice. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to I
Yeah, I guess I just have to go and do another loop and get the crown properly this time.
The newcomer arranged it somehow.
That's quite an impressive bow you have there. A new
Incredible.
You did?
What a relief.
Wait,
I don't know what to say.
Sumerian. Our ancestors built over the Greeks' temples, but the Greeks had done much the same thing to the Egyptians. If that's true, then it's no wonder I never felt like my prayers to Vesta. I see.
Okay, Mr. Clean, he's busy.
And now Malleolus is going to... Wait.
Who are you talking to? Oh yeah, so this whole place, this palace, the crazy midwife trapped herself in here because the statue started whispering to her, and she decided to take matters into her own hands and started peeling the statues, and they did not like that. That's why we have enemies, and they are called peeled statues, because she peeled the gold off of them. There's gold over here.
That's kind of gruesome.
It is kind of gruesome. That's why she's crazy. Because yes, they do this. Like, you see how he's looking over here? Or you see where he's looking?
Yeah.
Oh, he's not going to do it. Do I have to move over here? There you go. Now he's looking at me.
Oh, I don't like it.
Yeah. Because people are still alive in there. As the god of the underworld was saying, yes, when people commit sins, he turns them into golden statues. But not fully. He still keeps their eyes and ears working so they can constantly watch the fall of man, constantly, over and over and over again. Not this one, though. This one's a fury.
I hope you're taking care of yourself.
Doing my best, Octavia. Thank you. Yeah, see, they'll look at you. With you.
I don't like that!
Yep. You can tell that they're doing it because you hear the noise. It almost sounds like someone sharpening a knife, which is the sound of the metal statues as they turn to look towards you.
Yeah, I hate that.
Sorry, I just have to dip across this fucking loading zone again. You get used to it. Especially when you understand, like, why it occurs. H. Something something spoiler warning. You've already been here.
Yeah. H.
Hey, dumbass, I'm back.
And here you are. Nergal to the Cimmerians, but the one constant. And I've been watching you with curiosity. And what is more, third. Good. Oh, it is long when Charon, where did you find this one?
I do not remember.
I'm
How did you come to be in the...
Hi, Daniel.
Tread light. Enough of this. Why have you... Ha ha ha. If you anger me, always so. How so? And be specific. True. I have with... He is a volatile and I admit, I have grown disturbed watching.
It's fucking snowing pretty heavily, too.
Snowing in late October is normal.
His cruelty does seem to... If you're right, my involvement... But if I were to accept that, are you telling me these humans could coexist peacefully, without theft or violence, without my law? How so? And how? So you say, and yet you're... You have spoken eloquently, but that would mean Jupiter, Preservator's father, who knew more... Perhaps, but if that was so...
Foibles. Took on some human foibles.
That's such a fun word. I like that one.
Foibles.
I'm a fan of some foibles.
New chat word from Peachy today. Foibles. Let's mark that up with buckled. Foibles.
Word of the day. Some fuckled foibles.
Your words sting me, mortal. But perhaps it is what I deserve. As difficult as this is to admit, I've been so fixated on taking my beloved to Elysium that every time one of you sinned, it wore away my hope of being with her again. In time, I began to despise your kind for making me believe that you could ever be better than you are.
Midmen TV.
But my rage was not born of malice.
Oh, it's something that I...
known to have
No, Midmen TV was something I said in Discord the other day when I was in a bookshop and I saw the published books of Killing Stalking.
Could have such a dark fantaside. This is
I have been known to have a Menti B over some fuckled
It's time
foibles.
for me to let go of this form, of her, of all of you. But know this. If I abandon the way Jern Lee for Elysium, neither she nor your kind may ever ascend. Because doing so would violate the rules of my sake. The best I can... I will have Charon make arrangements to ferry the others. It is not... Once this exodus begins, the events that brought you to this... What will become of you is difficult to predict. Now... Farewell, mortal.
Alright, the real ending is here. Still don't know why
ready.
Proserpina wanted me to take her crown. I don't know where that ending led up. Hey, Al. Oh, this is a weird place to have ended up.
Oh,
Daniel has just remembered.
hi there. Gave me a bit of a fright. Well, know who you are. Oh, did that lady in the forest send you in here after me? I guess I lost track of time. I'm fairly certain you and I are the first people, fortunately for us. The last
Why,
person in here
Daniel?
was
I've
a
already
Roman
done
man
most of
named
the relics.
Galerius, who inscribed an account into a tablet. Apparently, there was a community of 20-something people trapped in here. They believed that if even one person sinned, then, one day, just as Galerius had, an oracle appeared and went around solving the ills of the city, like
Get a run power.
saving the life of a dying woman,
I've already done
preventing
all
the
the
suicide
fucking
of a
relics,
man in debt
Daniel!
bondage, foiling an assassination attempt, and so on. Then, the oracle walked up to the temple of the mysterious god, this one, and the doors just, nobody knows what went on in there, but Galerius wrote the oracle must have been more persuasive than Odysseus, because the next thing he knew, the ground shook, and the voice of that god rang out over the city. The many have suffered long enough. Unfortunately, Galerius' account just sort of stops after that,
Not all of them. I'm
leaving a
gonna
lot
now.
of questions unanswered. What became of him, and the other people who lived? And did this mysterious oracle single-handedly undo the curse that had terrorized people for hundreds of years?
Yep, that's me.
What? Anyway, I think I found a way out through the
Yep, actually that was me.
I'm gonna pause here for a moment and make sure nobody else. You go on.
This place looks so much nicer in the daylight.
You're back! But... Ah, why don't...
Ah, I see. I thought you might. Well, now you know. I suppose you have questions.
Fucking Pockies means okay.
You can just call me Carol
will do.
if you like. I do not enjoy deceiving people. That most people... That you died, my role, as the servant of the god of the
Please
Most
spread
ask
my ashes and put them into
As
the
you
women's
you
long
were
jump
exploring
sand
an
pit.
old tomb
Jesus Christ.
when you discovered a cache of forgotten relics, include unfortunately a nearby you both that you were each in possession. It means there is nobody else to ferry. Perhaps you have heard the tales. It means there. I see no point in keeping you here. But I have to ask one thing. That you keep this to yourself.
Look! Here comes Al now. Al! It's so good to see you.
Kinda lost track of time in there, and there was a tablet describing an oracle.
Sounds like quite a story. You two look exhausted.
Sounds good to me.
And you?
1 year later. Oh, I did get the good ending. Oh, thank fuck.
Hey, nice. It's a very fine establishment here.
Hey, you made it. It's great to see you. I read your book, and what the critics said about it. After everything you've been through, so after we got back to the real world, I started doing some research into the people mentioned in Galerius' tablet, and I found something strange. I'm sorry I've been so cryptic. Why don't you head on down there?
Okay, Al.
Oh, hello.
My boy, Mr.
You're
Clean!
finally here. Remember me?
Mr. Clean, Mr.
It's a crazy story. After you disappeared, Charon appeared and told us she was returning us to the world. Even gave us some coins to help us start our lives over.
Hilarious is literally
Only,
the best character
for some
in this
reason,
game.
she returned us to your world instead of ours. Anyway, I know we only have... I wanted to say... Oh, I used Charon's gift to buy a farm in Umbria. It's hard work, but I sleep soundly every night. I know! I can't believe... We're planning to get married next spring. Of course, there's a whole museum full of people waiting for a chance to thank you. So you...
You're here. It's so wonderful to see you again. So, you're the hero who somehow I'm just teasing. Actually, and it still feels a little sacrilegious to say this, I'm finding life after religion quite enjoyable. Galerius and I are engaged and expecting. We've just bought a lovely... It feels like the world has just opened up for us. There's so much to learn, and so many more possibilities for our children than we ever imagined. We're just so thankful for what you did for us. Oh, it's sweet of you to ask. She recovered nicely. In fact... See you at the...
Dooley!
Hello.
Speed.
I'm Dooley. Galerius said you're very nice.
I hate that guy's face.
I live
He's
at Galerius
special.
and Equitia's house. They look after me and help me remember when I forget things.
Yeah, when we first
Like
asked
brushing
him,
my
when we
teeth.
first asked the magistrate to free him, he was like, you know, he's already been given the gift of life because, you know, his kind would have been killed upon birth and blah, 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 blah.
Oh.
Treasure?
Oh, now I feel like a dick.
I forgot about that.
Galerius got me a box that tells stories.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
My favorite thing.
Also, yeah, I just got an achievement that was Oracle collect as many people in the museum as possible, which means that, yes, I got the best ending.
Nice!
This is ending 4 of 4.
You're...
Everyone important is here.
Oh, of course. Sorry. And of course. Oh, I bet I'm living in a house share in London with my wonderful girlfriend.
Hi there.
And I'm studying English at university. Eventually, I want to travel the world and write about it. Turns out, it's about 30 times bigger than the Roman Empire ever was.
It's been
Did you
like
know
that
there
the
are
whole time.
entire continents Rome never knew existed?
Yeah.
And you can travel almost anywhere in an aircraft, which is rather like flying on a Pegasus. Oh, sorry, you already know all that.
Nice, Daniel. I don't have any platinums.
I have noticed people from your time have no idea how fortunate they are. Last I heard, Malleolus kept insisting he was the last rightful ruler of the Roman Empire, and wound up being committed to a psychiatric hospital.
Good for him.
As for Claudia, she was always so viciously unhappy. Someone said she'd blown all her money on wine, trying to drink herself back to the underworld. After the horrific way they treated Ulpius and me, I can't help feeling I couldn't agree. Ugh. Someone told me she was boasting about getting her claws into some rich prince, and how she was going to be living the high life from now on. Even in your time, life still is. Apparently, he'd proposed before they'd even met. And last I heard, she'd bought herself a first-class one-way ticket to join him in some exotic place called... What was it? Nigeria? Some people
Aurelia
have
got
all the
scammed
luck.
by the Nigerian prince.
Oh, Lord.
Really? Huh. You too. If you're ever in London, let me... I hope.
Because Aurelia's whole thing was she was a scammer, you know, when you would ask her if she knew about a way out, it would cost you 1,000 Denny and then she would give you Hemlock. Like, there, that's your way out.
Long time no see. Lucy is fine. I'm making an effort to blend in. If the world knew we died 2,000 years ago and were suddenly brought back, speaking of which, I wanted to say thank you in person. I'm studying to get into medical school. When it ended, I realized I missed you too.
Hey.
Horatius.
It's good to see you again.
Of course you signed
I
up for the
understand
military.
We have you to thank for giving
Who are
us
you
a
talking
second chance at life. And reuniting Centilla with
Your
us as
stream's
well.
probably just behind. I'm talking to Horatius.
So,
No, there's just talking
Thank
to
you.
an invisible guy. There's no one there.
He wasn't talking to anybody. He was just staring at the exhibit.
I was making a joke about the camouflage, honey. Catch up.
Oh.
I'm living up north and studying in the military academy in Modena. I'm going to be an officer. The world's changed a lot. But some things stay the same. Would you believe we're still studying military tactics from my time? Alexander the Great, Caesar, Hannibal Barca. Still, I have to keep challenging myself to the ones who pioneered our paths. Ah, you remembered that. In the words of Epictetus, remind yourself your precious one isn't one of your possessions, but something given for now, not forever. Thanks. Oh, and I don't... Great. He's not my... Oh, I see what you did there. Good one. He had more trouble adapting than most. He got himself disqualified from the UFC, so he started some kind of underground blood sport tournament, like we had in Rome. Suppose it appealed to people's baser instincts. And they say he but his luck finally ran out, and his life along with it. You know what they say. Live by the sword, die by the sword. You're not wrong. See you at drink.
Cynthia!
I take it you're the... Actually, I changed my name to Cynthia. I'm not sure if you heard, but after you drove Pluto off, Proserpina emerged from the Great Temple.
Evening.
She knew right away what none of us had figured out about that psychopath. He'd been but he's been dealt with. He's... anything I want. I'm a woman of means. Of course, I mostly just stay in my villa and have my servant Alexa summon things for me, because it's just awful out there. Barbarians everywhere.
Her servant, Alexa.
He's still there, all alone. The last golden statue in the underworld. Trapped in a metal shell, slowly losing his mind until the end of time.
Good for him.
Eternal torment. Just what he deserves, if you ask me.
Good for him.
You too. See you around.
Buddy!
Greetings, my friend. It is a I am told we have you to thank for freeing us. I am reacquainting myself with Greece. It has changed so much over the last 2,000 years, I barely recognize it. This is
No, he was just a Greek that was stuck with a bunch of Romans, and he was
Once I
a
have seen
clothing
all
merchant.
of this new Greece and sampled her delights, I will settle down in Santorini in a villa overlooking the Azure Aegean Sea. I hope you will join me there and regale me with the story of how you faced off again. You too.
You're here. It's so good to see you.
Why are you dressed
Just
like a
say
female
thanks for
Fred
stopping me from
Flintstone?
going into that shrine.
Right? I was just thinking that.
I still think about that all the time. I'm just so happy. Well, it's not like I have to work with all the silver Charon gave me. Mostly that means baking for my friends and looking at memes while binging TV shows in yoga pants. What a
Me
time to
too,
be alive.
Fabia, me too.
What a time to be alive.
Oh, it you
And here you are. Oh, and by the way, I go by Philip now. I never thought I'd leave that cave, let alone the city. And it seems I have your catabasis to thank. I'm working as a consultant to the Faculty of Classics at Cambridge University, helping fill the odd gap in their knowledge. Not that I need the money, but I do. Aha! You remember that? I have to admit, I've been profoundly impressed by the advances humans have made these past 2 millennia. The sum total of human knowledge available at our fingertips, miraculous modern medicine. Your contemporaries have come further toward utopia than I ever thought possible, though there's still a way to go.
You are correct.
I hope so. My sincere thanks once again.
This
Some
motherfucker.
soiree, innit? Ah, hello at last. Listen, I wanted to express my sincere appreciation. Whatever you did in that temple,
No need to thank me. It was entirely unintended.
I took the money I made from selling my trinkets and started investing in the stock market. In fact, I was hoping to ask your advice. You being the oracle and I can't decide between fossil fuels, tobacco, gambling and arms. What would you reckon? Oh, don't be like that. You can...
DVD rentals have a bright future. Broadcast television is going to be the next big thing, and print media is going to make a huge comeback.
Is gonna make a huge comeback.
Which of these is funnier?
Print media.
Oh, of course, yeah. I was just thinking the same
DVD
thing.
rentals, because that's a lot of money.
Fibber,
to
lie 10 times is an achievement I just got from that.
Fortune.
Nice.
Of course, don't let me keep you.
Sorry, just the ironic part about this is this. Keep off the furniture, and there he is. What is his elbow we've been resting on?
DVD rentals do have a bright future.
Did.
Good evening.
They still do, I think.
Hello, Octavia. You can be a real Christian
You're
now.
here. It's so lovely to see you.
Physical media is forever.
I'm
Buy
thankful that you're
Laserdisc.
here. I was sure the person who drove off the last pagan god would have more important things to do than visit the likes of us. But thank you for coming. I'm living in Rome again, in a charming little flat by the Tiber. Not far from my old... Watching you persuade Ulpius, I just want to spend the rest... Thank you. And you.
Livia!
Greetings. Thank you for your kind words and for liberating us all. I'm recovering. Octavia was kind enough to let me stay with her for a while. At least until I'm well enough to be independent again. She's still... Ah, you remember that. I'm a little tired of all of it. I'm already up to the 19th century, and am quite enjoying the work of a fellow named Poe. I think I may have found a kindred spirit. Men have called me mad, but the question is not yet settled whether madness is or is not the loftiest intelligence. And you?
Abash, I never got to meet you in that last timeline.
It is an honor to you. Oh, of course, I too would like to offer my thanks. For a time, I returned to Alexandria, but instead, I have decided to follow the custom of your youths and backpack the world. It is a great adventure.
Daniel
and
actually
I
just
have
got
met
fucking
many
destroyed.
people from many cultures. I spent the first 25 years of my life avoiding the 42 sins that would deny me access to the afterlife.
To be fair, I have had the same thing happen to me constantly enough that I relate to the pain.
Yeah.
Indeed. Thank you.
Rufius. He was a closeted homosexual the whole time? I had no idea.
I go by Rufus now.
Good for you,
No start
Rufius.
for showing me how to treat my rheumatism. I probably would have lost my mind, although I think your people have a different name for it. Aspirin, I believe. Sorry, I live with Virgil in Rotterdam, not far from where he grew up. It's very... haven't decided what to... You too.
Hello,
We meet
Ken.
again, my friend. I wanted to thank you personally for and for helping Rufus
does
come
look
to
like a
terms with
fucking
himself. He may come off a little gruff, but once you get past
Yeah,
that,
you missed it.
he's
So
a
how I
lovely
found
fellow.
out... Well, I already knew Rufus was a culprit. I played this game before. But how I quote-unquote found out it was Rufus was I was searching everybody's, like, rooms. And Rufius had 2 male shirtless golden statues up in his room. A statuette of a phallus, along with all his angry written letters. So I clocked him pretty easily.
I'm studying to be an architect again, and living with Rufus in our beautiful flat in Rotterdam. Just down the river
Living
from
with Rufus in our
Nijmegen,
beautiful
where I
flat in
grew up.
Rotterdam.
Of course, it's improved
for
immensely
you.
since I was there last. Gleaming futuristic buildings and clean streets, you natives of the 21st.
This game has gone
You too,
woke, and
as
is
Rufus
going
said
to
in his
have
own
gone
laconic.
broke.
If you're ever in the Netherlands,
Hello there. Oh, I go by Gabriella now. I didn't want to be reminded of that monster every time I heard my own name. After you drove Pluto off, Proserpina came and released me. And that... I'm living with Ulpius on a little vineyard in Umbria. It's even more wonderful. I'm so grateful to you for making sure he's still... You can try some of... Thanks.
Ulpius.
Good to see you under better circumstances than last time.
The second goodest boy in this game.
I wanted to thank you for saving my life.
What a weird
The way you just showed up out of the blue and stopped me from making a terrible mistake. I'm living with Gabriella in Umbria. Every day I look at her and this So we're living each day sitting together on our terrace with a glass of our wine, which the locals say is almost drinkable now. And watching this, and I thank you. You too.
There you are. Now, there's one more person I want.
Sorry if I frightened you. Just a little joke I've been saving for a long, long time. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am Proserpina, former goddess of the cycle of life and renewal, and now a regular mortal. I wanted to meet you in person, and I hate to think what would have happened to us without your intervention. Indeed. Suffice it to say that while Pluto was controlling the eyes and ears of each golden statue, I was able to control their tongues. And I am sorry my messages were so cryptic. I did. I may have given up my immortality, but I still retain my gifts as the goddess of After witnessing Pluto punish countless poor souls over thousands of years, I knew this generation, the final wave, would not survive. So I tried to give them a way to buy more time. I don't know what happened to him. I haven't heard. Oh, she inherited dominion over the underworld. Last time we spoke, she was working on a new world of some kind. She wouldn't say what it was. And you. Oh, and one last thing. Good, because they remember you. Well done, my friend. Of all the heroes who ever journeyed to the underworld and returned, none came close to achieving what you did.
This guy has black hair and a blonde beard.
Theseus and Aeneas.
Or on a white beard.
Don't you hate that? You ever see people like that?
That's odd. Anyways, I've reached ending 4 of 4. The canon ending. That was the achievement I just got. The canon ending.
So did you get all 4 of them then? Because I know you got 2 earlier.
Well, no, I got ending 2. And I got ending 4. I don't have ending 1 or 3.
That was what I was asking.
Yes, no. Ending 1... I don't remember what ending 1 is, but ending 3 is where you're able to convince people to run away when the thing breaks. I can actually look for it real quick. Alright. Okay. I already know how to do the endings, so I can go do those real quick. Hello?
Hello. Sorry, I just stood up and let my dog
No,
out.
I
Did you say something?
my door slammed because it's windy.
I see.
I heard the door slam and just went, hello? Hey, don't talk to this guy. Halloween door was a ghost. It do be a windy day here. Scintilla or the Magistrate? Let's go kill him. He's easy.
Ave.
Pick a god and pray.
This is a rather strange.
Buddy did not
Now,
have
you're
that
probably wondering why I summoned you. We have? Is that about right? Seem. Thank you. Don't be so foolish. Allow me to explain. To if you. Indeed. Thank you.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Many shall suffer the sins of the one.
Yep. It's almost like that's my stream title for a reason, because that line is said over and over and over again. Hey Al, time to leave.
Oh. Hi there. Well, funny. It described an event about 2000, and it said that the voice of a fury, apparently, as the citizens screamed. I didn't for one moment think it was, but the way you... I don't understand. God, I've spent So you're saying... I get to let me... I can't see how... It seems like... A mistake? You murdered a man in cold blood. I guess all the Propic, the many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Yep. So because I don't have a way out through the cisterns, because I technically haven't discovered it, me and Al are stuck in there and we die.
Okay.
Now time for the last one, which should be just as easy to do. down over here. I just need to steal something.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, Sentius, hurry up. I got places to be. Places to be and people to free. Ah, don't kill me. I don't need that game, but thank you for the tip.
Salve. What?
Ah, a fellow traveler from a faraway land. Fear is proof of a degenerate mind.
Hey, you're not thinking about going into the cistern, are you?
Yes, I am. Go away.
Well,
thanks. This is a peeled statue.
I hate it.
Centilla, I've come to rescue you.
You are... Wait, what? How did you know? He's here. You distract him. Stay right here and keep him talking while I look for something I can use.
what did you do with Centilla? Where is she?
You are human garbage.
So that is how it's. Come now. You see, but he was a moralist, and because
Yeah, this is just a villainous monologue I don't care to hear again.
You discovered my secret. So what?
And I love how Centilla just stands there in the background, politely waiting for him to finish.
Yeah.
Do you really
Awkwardly
think you
standing
could?
in his shoulder.
Who? Centilla? Where is she?
I'm right here, Father.
The many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
Come on, we have to go. The others should be right behind us. Hey, what's happening to you? That light, it's so bright.
Create a time paradox.
You've created a couple of those, a few of those.
Yep. The power of modern save states.
Hi there. Well, fun. I was just reading an old tablet I found here. It described an event about 2,000 years ago. Someone freed an imprisoned woman named Centilla. It said the attack caused golden statues to come. Apparently, Centilla and a handful of other citizens managed to escape. So you're... I guess... Maybe we can... I'm gonna pause here for... You go on.
Last time we're making this trek, folks. Enjoy the view.
Hey, yeah, that's kind of a pretty good.
You're back! Ah. Really? Ow!
And there was a tap. I know how...
Here.
I don't know what became of you, or if you'll ever read this, but Octavia, Lucretia, Horatius, Equitia, and I will never forget you, or what you did for us. It pains us that so many of our dear friends were not so fortunate, including Ulpius and Galerius, who
Aww.
heroically tried to rescue Dooley, but never made it back. But there is no point dwelling on what might have been. All we can do is take this gift you've given us and try to show others that...
Sounds like you meant a lot to her. You
Sounds good to me.
And you?
Well, we know it's not the canon ending, so it's okay.
Yeah.
There you go.
You got your canon ending.
We're a little out of order, but I met them. But yes, that was Thor Forgotten City, which originally started as a Skyrim mod. That is right. This started as a Skyrim mod in which you were in Skyrim and you could just stumble upon this place and go through that whole game that we just went through while in Skyrim. Ain't that something? Well, folks, with that being said, it's time for me to let you go.